Good evening. It's Friday, April 5th, 2024, around 11 p.m. You're watching Co-op for Two. Today we are playing the 9th and latest game from Cryptic Killers, a series which we have quite a history with here on the channel. Before we start, let's just do a little bit of bookkeeping. As a reminder, I purchase all the games. Well, I should start saying we purchase all the games we play on this channel without any relationship with any publisher. We don't get review copies, etc. If you like this channel, I hope you'll give this video a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, and consider becoming part of the Patreon, helping to pay for the games we play. Okay, let's just check in with the chat here. YouTube says 19 concurrent viewers, 7 likes. We've got our normal suspects here, but some new people as well. Let me know what you guys have been up to. I've been watching Shogun, the new 2024 remake of the TV series from the 80s called Shogun, based on a very famous book by James Clavell. He wrote a series of books, actually, and I am loving it. Loving Shogun. Highly recommended. Also, viewers of this channel will know that I have raved about an original anime series called Parasite, which has had a couple of live-action remakes, and they've just made a new one called Parasite the Grey on Netflix. I've just watched the first episode. It's not very good. I recommend you start with the original anime, but I'm going to keep watching it. It doesn't look like there's an echo on my part. There's some talk in the channel about an echo. I don't think so from here. Okay, what else? Last week we played for about 6.5 hours the introductory scenario in 7th Citadel, mainly Jonathan Warner and I, but a couple people joined us as well as Sarah. And we finished the introductory scenario, and we've decided to play another scenario, another threat. It's a very odd game. I can't quite get a handle on how much the changes from 7th Continent are going to be meaningful. There's a lot of weird stuff going on. But probably sometime this week we will continue playing, maybe 1 or 2 more sessions, at least till we see if we like it or not. But if you're curious, you can watch my discussion of the rules video or the playthrough of the introductory scenario. I think we've decided to play through it in the order that the company suggests. But so there's that. And then on Sunday at 3 p.m., when we normally do our play-by-mail Dear Homes, since we don't have a new case yet, we're going to be playing Small Box Detective game, which has been suggested to me for a while now, and I want to play it to see how it compares to the side quest games. Anything else to talk about before we get started here? One thing I did notice we were talking about on the Discord is Tom Vassell put up a review of Penny Dreadfuls of Victorian London, which you can see behind me there, that orange box. And I reviewed it back in, we played through all the cases and reviewed it back in, I think, December. And we had a decidedly bizarre experience with the game. It was broken. There were some very weird decisions being made. Anyway, I put up a 45-minute review of the game going into it in detail. Tom Vassell just put up a 4-minute review saying it was one of the worst board games he had ever played in his life. So now I don't feel so bad for being a little harsh on it, although I thought it had more promise than he did. Okay, so Cryptic Killers. Let's get started here. Cryptic Killers. We have played now on the channel all previous 8 games. Actually, there's one that wasn't played on the channel because I played offline, but the rest of them, all 7, we played on the channel. I put up a review of all 8, and then before that, a review of a handful of them. Cryptic Killers is one of the most consistently good cold case games there is, and they seem to be getting better. And I have found that the harder cases are the better cases. And this case, which just released this week, I want you to notice this case is actually rated at 5 out of 5 difficulty. There is no other Cryptic Killers case that's rated at 5 out of 5. There are 2 or 3, maybe 3, that are rated at 4.5 out of 5, including my absolute favorite case, one of my favorite cold case games of all times, which is Murder in Merivale Manor. So I am really interested to see what they consider a 5 out of 5 difficulty game. Sometimes the difficulty ratings are very fuzzy, depends on your group. We have 22 people in the chat. A 22-person game is not going to be as hard as if you were to play it solo. I have heard from one other person who played it that there's a hard cipher here. Now, cipher is not our favorite thing, but with this group in the channel, it shouldn't be so hard. But let me remind you, if any of you have played this game or have this in front of you and play it along with me, the rules for playing this on the channel are simple. You have to stay with me, look at what I look at, if you want to participate in figuring things out with us on the channel. You're free to go off on your own, examine any other documents asynchronously with me when I'm not doing it, but then you can't try to help us solve it. We obviously don't want hints, don't want solutions. All right, let's open it up. There are 2 things that the Cryptic Killers games seem to be known for, in addition to the quality of and consistent quality of the material. And I've talked about these in the reviews, and I think the first one is that few other cold case games are as committed to the idea of having a little aha moments with a specific piece of evidence. In a bunch of the Cryptic Killers games, we've ruminated on a piece of evidence, searched it for details, and then come up with a little tiny detail that breaks the case wide open. And then the other thing is mechanical, almost not almost, all of the Cryptic Killers games we've played, I believe, have some introductory thing where there's a encrypted email account, not encrypted, a password protected email account that gives you a couple other digital pieces of evidence, and you have to figure out how to break the password to get into that account. And in all of those cases, I recommend that you not try to access that early. Save that for very last, because it frequently gives away hints. All right, so before I open this up, let me just check in with the chat again. I always tell you guys that you should just talk about what projects you're working on as soon as the stream starts. So you don't have to wait for me to ask. I'm curious what you guys are up to, where you're from, you know, just share some information here so it's not just me. Celine Doodles, I think, is joining us for the first time live here, but I think he posted on one of the videos recently. I recognize that little avatar. All right, assuming no one is going to share any projects that they've been working on. I've been working on the high and low web services. If you're a programmer comfortable with Python, especially if you have some experience with Django, which is a sort of content management system backend that I'm using, stop by the Discord for the channel or the Board Game Geek Guild. There's a link on the YouTube page. I also just created a Board Game Geek entry for High and Low, so you can find the game High and Low on Board Game Geek now. I'm trying to change the name a little bit. And I will be demoing it at the local convention here in September in Champaign, Illinois, Savoy. So if you're interested in playing it in person and you can get into the area, you can sign up at the Tabletop Central convention here, small little board game convention, and you can play it live. All right, let us get started then. All right, so we've got our little introduction. This is just like normal. Let's see what it says here. In 1965, my Uncle Percy admitted to killing a journalist called Randall Tomlinson. Did I already say the name of this Cryptic Killers? Murder in Market Hill, a real place in England, I assume. Cryptic Killers is based in England, by the way. Okay. My Uncle Percy admitted to killing a journalist called Randall Tomlinson by pushing him in front of a train. Following his confession, Uncle Percy was incarcerated until his release in 1990. After Percy was freed, I developed a close bond with him, and it became increasingly apparent to me that he might have admitted to a crime he didn't commit. Unfortunately, Percy recently passed away without taking the opportunity to restore our family's reputation, which these events had tarnished for decades. Motivated to uncover the truth, I've begun to delve deeper into his case, convinced there is more to the story than meets the eye. I now need your help as a private detective to identify the real killer. This case file contains photographs, statements, police reports, and newspaper articles. My online storage drive houses further evidence too. Please examine the materials provided to determine who was behind this heinous act. Your mission is simple. Read the evidence, eliminate the innocent suspects, and find the killer. As the lead detective working on this case, your aim is to find the killer or killers. Finding the killers won't be easy. You'll need to familiarize yourself with all of the evidence provided, including any online content that is mentioned. Internet access will be required to crack this case. Having observed all of the evidence, it may be helpful to identify potential suspects and their motives, determine which suspect each piece of evidence belongs to, and attempt to find an alibi for as many of the suspects as possible. Through the process of elimination, we're confident that you'll bring the culprits to justice. This case file is divided into two parts. You must start with envelope labeled Part 1. Do not open the envelope labeled Part 2 until you have completed the objective to Part 1. Very important, missing evidence. This is just telling us to check to make sure it was packed fully. other cases, and who to contact. Okay, so I don't believe we've seen a cryptic. There may have been one Cryptic Killers or two that have broken into multiple two parts, but I don't think that is the norm. And this isn't a particularly heavy feeling set of documents, but we'll see. Part 1, open it first, check that all are included. We're not going to check this. We'll check it if we get stuck. Complete the objective. We can get hints if we need it. Confirm that we're right about our objective to part 1 and then move on to part 2. All right. So lots of reading in this game, so prepare yourself. The setup is quite unique. I don't remember another setup where we had a false confession. He thinks a false confession. Okay, let's put this aside actually and go through this. Didn't feel like there was much in here, but now that I have the sheets in front of me, it feels like we've got quite a bit. Okay, from the desk of George St. John. Let me just get this zoomed up as much as I can. CEO, Iocus Insurance Limited, London, England, 1st of August 2023. Dear Private Investigator PLAers, I'd like to hire your services to look into a matter involving my uncle Percy. Many years ago, he confessed to the murder of a journalist named Randall Tomlinson. The story goes that early in the morning of the 13th of December, 1965, my uncle pushed Mr. Tomlinson in front of the first train of the day at Market Hill Station, a station on the Underground Network. Not long after, he had a crisis of morals and confessed to the police, who were in the midst of their investigation. By committing this foul crime and admitting to it so publicly, he dragged the good name of our family and our family business, Iocus Insurance Limited, through the dirt. Despite my family's efforts to mitigate the situation, with my grandfather going so far as to disown him, it was still a dark stain on our reputation for many years. All this happened before I was born. Growing up, my father rarely talked about Uncle Percy, his disgraced brother. I had to look into the sordid story myself. After researching the topic, I came to believe my uncle hadn't really committed the crime he confessed to. Alas, no one wanted to listen to me, especially since Percy himself remained steadfast he was the murderer. Even after his release in 1990, he never wanted to talk about it in any great detail, almost as if once he left prison, he felt he was now allowed to move on from the whole affair, and as such, he joined the rest of the family in a desire to keep the past buried. Of course, it was after his release that I came to know him. Percy was unable to reconcile with my grandfather before he passed, but he was able to reconcile somewhat with my father when he left prison, and that's when I first met him. Over the years, I came to know him as a kind and caring man. Indeed, the more I got to know him, the more it made me double down in my belief his confession wasn't genuine. It seemed impossible to me that he could have ever killed someone, especially in such a cruel, cold, and calculated way. Recently, Uncle Percy passed away. All of his obituaries mention how he pushed Mr. Tomlinson in front of the tube train at Market Hill Station. It made my blood boil that he would be remembered this way. Feelings made all the stronger, I suppose, by my convictions that he's innocent of the crime. My emotions are driving me to ensure the Tomlinson case is investigated correctly to uncover the truth. Despite my requests, the police consider the case closed and have refused to reopen it. Having since assumed the position at the family firm that my father held before me and his father before him, etc., I lack the time to properly investigate the case myself, so I'm hiring you to do it. Included are the details I found during my previous attempts to research the case. I put in a Freedom of Information request and was able to access some of the police files from back in the day. Since the case was closed so long ago, they reasoned it was okay to do so. I have saved some of the evidence online. You can view it here. Okay. To access it, the username is George St. John at iocus.co.uk. The password, which is all lowercase and without spaces, is my grandfather's first name, followed by the year in which Iocus Insurance was founded, and then the title of the film released on the day Randall was killed. Your objective for Part 1 is to read all the evidence in this envelope labeled Part 1, as well as all the online evidence inside the Iocus drive. So we have to access the website at the end of Part 1. We can't save it for Part 2. That's interesting. I believe the main suspects are Niles Goodwin, Tony Harbour, Rachel Weiserman, and Ian Lyle. If one of these do not have an alibi, we may have found our killer. Please update me with your findings by completing the form at so-and-so website. This will come straight through to me. In the meantime, I will continue to gather more evidence from some new leads I've uncovered. I'll send these to you in Part 2. Once you've completed the first objective, please do not open Part 2 until instructed. Okay, so let's make some notes here. All right, so we've got the murder, which is December 13th, 1965. December 13th, 1965. And it's currently August 1st, 2023. Okay. So that's our first thing. And he pushed Tomlinson in front of a train, so he says. Okay, then we've got our email access. And we need to figure out 3 things in order to access the account. We need the grandfather's first name. Here, let's do it this way. We need the grandfather's first name, the year Iocus Insurance founded, and then the title of the film. Now, in general, and that would be December 13th, 1965. You might think you could go on the internet and find the name of the film released on December 13, 1965, and maybe you can, but we've not yet seen a Cryptic Killers game that requires you to do general search on the internet. It's basically going to be in our collection of evidence, so don't bother searching for that on the internet, even though possibly you could. And then we've got suspects, and I think we'll just make a card for each suspect. We're probably going to get this list in a bit in a different form, but let's just write it down here. Niles Goodwin. Tony Harbour. Is anyone playing this game along with us at home with their own copy? Or are we all just reading my copy? Okay, so Iocus Insurance. We don't know what that means. That's a weird name. What's this guy's name? George St. John. That's our contact. Is George St. John. Okay. Well, they only have 4 suspects, but it's not necessarily the case that the suspect is one of these. We don't know. All right, let's go through let's see what else we got here. Newspaper clipping. November 1964, so the month before the murder. Orchard Cigarettes, the Market Hill Voice. Let's see what we've got here. Want to advertise, call the Market Hill Voice. I guess we should have a card here for our victim, huh? Randall Tomlinson. Okay. So we don't know what he was a journalist. Let's see, what have we got here? Anything interesting here? Basement for rent. Thanksgiving dinner, Americans in London. Poetry readings. Coffee shop. Push bike for sale. Sofa for sale. Full-time employee to run bookshop on Market Hill Road. The King's Cellar Cafe, live music. This looks like it's got some dirt fingerprint. Guitar lessons. Okay. Don't know why that's relevant for us. Maybe it'll become clear later. All right, what have we got here? Witness report. John Cheshire. Central London Police Constabulary. There's our case number. Do we have a date here? Yes. December 14th, day after the murder. Okay, let's read what a witness said after the murder. My name is John Cheshire. I'm the director of the production of Macbeth, which is currently playing at the Market Hill Forum, the one being produced by Percy St. John. After the production on Sunday night, the 12th, we went to the Plough and Furrow pub for a celebratory drink. We have Mondays off, so we were definitely drinking enough to get merry, though none of us were really drinking particularly heavily. Well, except for Percy. He hadn't been at the performance that night. He usually turns up before the curtain rises at 7:30 to wish us all a broken leg, even if he's unable to stay for the whole performance. Anyway, that night he found us in the pub afterwards. He was in a dour mood, and he was definitely wearing the face of someone struggling with something. Anyway, we were all sitting at a table in the Plough, drinking and chatting and relaxing after a week of performances. Can't remember how it came up in conversation now, but at one point Percy asked us, if you were in Macbeth's shoes, if you could get what you really wanted, but only if you had to kill someone, would you do it? I think we all came down something in the no camp. Firmly. We all came down firmly in the no camp, partly because none of us would be so immoral, but also because we all knew that to do so would be foolish, considering it didn't go so well for Macbeth in the end. When we questioned what made him ask this, he said, "Oh, your performances this last week have been making me wonder what I'd do if I were in his shoes. It's a testament to the power of your performances, ladies and gentlemen. It really got me thinking." And not long after, he asked another question. "Do you think Lady Macbeth got what she deserved, telling someone else to do such a horrible thing?" Well, none of us knew what to say, so we muttered in agreement, and then Percy didn't elaborate what he meant. We went back to talking about other things. Anyway, the pub closed around midnight, and we all went our separate ways. However, Percy was just a little too wobbly, and fearing for his safety, decided we'd look after him. Problem was, none of us knew where he lived, so I took him back to my place and let him sleep on my sofa. I went to bed not long after. When I woke the next day, he was gone. Never heard the door open or close, but then I'm quite a heavy sleeper. I noticed in the kitchen he had made himself several cups of coffee before he left. John Cheshire, December 14th, 1965. Then George, our client, has said, okay, so I had to look this one up. I'll admit I know nothing about Macbeth. I always drifted off in English classes. If I understand it properly, Macbeth kills the King of Scotland so that he can become king himself. His wife, Lady Macbeth, encourages him to do it, but she's so racked with guilt that she kills herself. Guess murder was on my uncle's mind at the time, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything. All right, so he normally joins them in the performance, and they have Mondays off. He hadn't been at the performance that night. After the production on Sunday, I see they're meeting to drink on Sunday because they've got Monday off. He's normally at their performance, but for some reason he wasn't. So where was he all day on Sunday the 12th? We don't know. But when he gets into the pub, he's in a bad mood, and he asks, would you kill someone if you could get anything you wanted? Okay. Here's another witness interview. Arthur Fennick, an editor. DIB. This is D.I. Bragg conducting an interview with Arthur Fennick, editor for the New York Star and Globe's European edition and head of the paper's London bureau. Current date and time is 14 December 1965, 2:18 p.m. Mr. Fennick, are you content with your answers being recorded on magnetic tape? Arthur Fennick, yes. Thank you, Mr. Fennick. Now, Mr. Randall Tomlinson worked for you, is that correct? Yes. He was a UK correspondent for our paper. He worked out of this bureau. He was on the politics desk. Our edition operates semi-independently from our parent newspaper in New York, but we do frequently print out one of their stories, and they sometimes print out one of ours, though they often have to abridge them for space. And how did he get the job? Well, we were expanding our London bureau and put out the offer of a transfer. According to our editor-in-chief in New York, Joel Schwartz, Randall had worked at the paper in New York for 2 years when he applied for the transfer. He said he fancied a change of scene, a chance to see more of the world. Was he a good journalist? Oh yeah, he was very good at following up a story, doing the investigation, and then writing up the copy afterwards. Some of the columns he wrote could be a little rambling, but they always came in at the word count. Speaking of which, his final column was going to print just shortly before he died. He turned it in on Saturday. And as an employee, how was he? No complaints. Always turned up to work on time, tall order considering he had to be in at 6 a.m. to hand over from the night staff. He frequently stayed late if the need arose, always met his deadlines, always dressed smartly, got along well with other employees, and never brought the paper's reputation into disrepute. A model employee, then? Oh, yes, definitely. And did he get along with his colleagues? Yes, I believe so. Bit of a loner, though. Preferred to carry out his own investigations than work in a team, but he was always friendly. He was never nasty to anyone. And can you think of anyone who would have wanted him dead? Aside from all the people he took down with his investigations, well, there was an incident earlier this year. A journalist at the London Evening Chronicle called Ian Lyle said Randall had stolen his ideas. Something to do with a NATO man named Mike Maxwell. And do you know this Mike Maxwell? Never heard of him before the story was printed. Rather private figure, so I heard. And how did Tomlinson get a hold of Maxwell then? I don't think he ever said exactly, just said he had connections. I know Randall was quite close with a few other Americans in London. Guess one of them might have worked in the embassy or knew someone who did. But I couldn't tell you more. I wasn't part of the same scene that Randall was. I see. Was there anything else you think we need to know about? I don't think so. One last thing. Randall's landlady told us about Randall receiving large payments of money. Do you know anything about it? No, can't say I do. Sorry. All right, thank you for your time, Mr. Fennick. This concludes the interview. Okay, so his editor tells us a little bit about the victim and some little sign that the victim may be getting large sums of money regularly. That's interesting. Okay. Okay, more interview statements. We got a bunch here. Here's from a fellow journalist, another journalist, Bert Green. This is D.I. Bragg conducting an interview with Bert Green, a fellow journalist of Randall Tomlinson at the New York Star and Globe's London Bureau. Current date and time is 14 December 1965, 2:55 p.m. First interview was at 2:18 p.m. Here it is, 2:55 p.m. Mr. Green, are you content with your answers being recorded on magnetic tape? I am. Thank you, Mr. Green. Now, can you tell us anything about Randall Tomlinson? Well, he seemed like a fine enough guy who would happily join in for a drink at Harry's bar after a long day's work. That's the pub on Fleet Street that all the journalists hang out at. Well, one of the pubs. Every newspaper in the city has its office on Fleet Street. They'd never all fit into one pub. But anyway, he was often tasked with chasing stories all across the country, driving up and down, left and right, and he never complained about it. He always seemed happy to do it, not sure why. Maybe if he had a nice car, but all he drove was a small old car. Was there anyone at the paper or any other paper who would have wanted him dead? Well, the only guy that's coming to mind is Ian Lyle. Who is Ian Lyle? Well, Ian Lyle works at the London Evening Chronicle. He had been working on a story about NATO operations in the UK, but was having difficulty locating a key source, Mike Maxwell. Apparently, this Maxwell's a Yank, so he asks Tomlinson over a drink at Harry's bar if he knows anything about Maxwell, but Tomlinson says he doesn't. A couple of days go by, then Lyle sees in his words, near identical story on NATO in the European edition of the New York Star and Globe under Tomlinson's byline. Well, Ian believed Tomlinson stole his idea and nicked his scoop. Plagiarism? Well, not plagiarism as such, but Lyle thinks it's bad form for Tomlinson to run his own story and not pass on Maxwell's info to Lyle. Lyle thinks Tomlinson took the ideas he shared with him in confidence and wrote his own story. Of course, even if what Lyle says is true, Randall never broke any rules. But if it is true, then Randall showed poor etiquette, and that's not a thing that's lightly forgotten. Is what Lyle claimed true? Oh, I don't know. Lyle confronted Tomlinson about it, but Tomlinson denied it. He said he had been working on the report before Lyle ever came over to him, and that Maxwell was a friend of a friend he had at the embassy or something. That's how he was able to get a quote from him, and that's the reason he didn't pass on Maxwell's information, because he wanted the scoop for himself. Sounds a bit implausible, but that's if you believe Ian's side of it. The fact it all started over drinks didn't help things. Randall said he'd been up front with Ian that he was working on a similar story at Harry's that night, and Ian denies this. Guess it's a case of he said, he said. And what did Lyle do after this? Ian said he'd get his own back in some form, was saying at Harry's last night that it was good riddance that Randall died. I see. Is there anything else you think we need to know about? No, I don't think so. One last thing. Randall's landlady told us about Randall receiving large payments of money. Do you know anything about it? No, well, come to think of it, a couple months ago, we ran a story on the government's new migration policies. As part of our story, we talked to several people in London without valid work permits or visas. All of them only agreed to talk to us on the basis that we kept their identities hidden. I tracked down this one American guy called Harbor who worked in a shipping, apt name I thought, and who was living in the Market Hill area. Randall told me he had seen him around his area on more than a few occasions, so was worried that particular lead might be a bit too close to home. I think he was overreacting, but we had enough testimonies from other people that we didn't need Harbors. Still, if Randall knew where he lived, I wouldn't be surprised if Randall was blackmailing Harbor for not having a visa. Journalists are powerful people. You wouldn't want to be the subject of a story that could jeopardize your career, let alone the life you've made for yourself here in Britain. Interesting. Well, thank you for your time, Mr. Green. This concludes the interview. So he's suggesting that our reporter just caught wind of someone working in shipping who might be here on an illegal visa and blackmailed him. That just seems pretty far-fetched. I wouldn't be surprised if Randall was blackmailing him. Seems like you'd have to know something about a guy being very disreputable to think he would do that. That seems very odd for a newspaper person to be blackmailing someone who needs a visa. That's not a good candidate for blackmail, a sort of blue-collar worker in shipping. That seems weird to me, but maybe we're going to talk to Harbor in a minute and find out. I think let's just keep going here. The landlady, Margaret Hessler. Okay, she's the one that maybe knows about the payments. This is D.I. Bragg conducting an interview with Margaret Hessler, Randall Tomlinson's landlady. Current date and time is 14 December 1965, 10:33. So this was actually, interview came first, before those. Are you content with your answers being recorded on magnetic tape? Yes, that's fine. Thank you. When did Randall Tomlinson move in? Well, in 1960, I had my basement converted into a separate flat and have been renting it ever since. I had some previous tenants before Mr. Tomlinson came along. He moved in October 1962. Said he'd already been living in London for a while, but that Market Hill was more convenient for him. And you live in the house above, and he was in the basement below. Is that correct? Yes, that's correct. Can you state the address of this house for me, please? Yes, certainly. I live at 64 Market Hill Road. The basement flat that Mr. Tomlinson lived in was 64A. And was he a good tenant? Well, for the most part. He was a kind and friendly man, and he always paid the rent on time. I did consider kicking him out towards the end of last year because he'd often have parties that went on late into the night with his friends, but I never found anybody who seemed quite as reliable. I think I was mostly just glad he was better behaved than the previous tenants. Were there any incidents of note with Mr. Tomlinson? Well, the one that springs to mind first is when his American girlfriend came round last Sunday night. Is that Sunday the 5th or the 12th? The 12th. Now, she often went around his flat. Maybe I'm old-fashioned, but I still think they should have been married first. Not that I'm spying on them, just sometimes the noise comes up through the floor. But I don't want to make a fuss about his private life. That's none of my business. Was that all that happened? No. Last Sunday night it was the opposite. I heard this blazing row coming from downstairs. It struck me as strange because I'd never heard angry voices coming from Mr. Tomlinson's flat before. And can you remember anything that was said? Well, it was coming up through the floor, so it was muffled. Didn't really want anything to do with it, so I put the home service on to try to drown it out. Wasn't any of my business, but I did hear him say, "Did Percy set you up to this? You know he hates me." And I think she said at one point, "Stop lying to me. Why can't you just be honest with me?" Well, by 9 o'clock it had been going on for an hour, so I decided the time had come to say something. But then I heard the sound of the door slamming and the engine of her little bike speeding away, so that was that. Okay, so she hears Tomlinson saying, "Did Percy set you up to this? You know he hates me." And then his girlfriend at 9 o'clock drives away on a motorbike. Interesting. He says, did Percy set you up to this? You know he hates me. And she says, stop lying to me. Why can't you just be honest with me? Okay, that seems relevant for us. Was there anything else that happened during Tomlinson's time as a tenant that struck you as suspicious? Well, there was one thing back in October. I bled the radiators before the cold came. Randall was still at work, so I let myself into his flat. I have a key for emergencies, and yes, this wasn't an emergency and was an invasion of his privacy, but I was only going to be a couple of minutes, and the job had to be done. Well, when I'm in his flat, I see an envelope on a side table. Caught my eye because it was bulging with cash. There must have been hundreds in it. Did you ever confront Randall on it? No, I mean, it was suspicious, but I had no proof he'd done anything criminal. I kept my eyes and ears open for any hint Randall might be doing something illegal, but I never saw anything. The address had been typed onto the envelope as if to keep it as anonymous as possible. Was there anything on the envelope, a return address? No, there was no return address. Did you see the date on the postage mark? There was no postage mark. I see. Is there anything else you think we need to know about? I think that's everything. All right, thank you for your time, Mrs. Hessler. This concludes the interview. All right, this definitely sounds like we've got some interesting details. The money had hundreds in it and was hand delivered, clearly. It did have his address on it, but wasn't postmarked, so someone hand delivered it to the door, I guess. Let's see what the chat is up to. Noah Salmon says these accents. Okay, so he was in Lady Macbeth's shoes, wanted something. Possibly Randall came across some kind of political scandal. There was an ad about renting out the basement. Okay, that's a good catch. Let's see. So we're told the address. Basement room for rent, Mrs. Hessler. November 64. We're in December 65, and she claims that he's a good tenant. He asks if he ever considered October. She finds the money. Okay. October of 65, she finds the money. And we ask her if she would ever consider kicking him out, and she says no. Where do we ask? We get the address. Was he a good tenant? Anything that struck you as suspicious? Did you confront him? Where do we ask her if she ever considered kicking him out? Because she says no. Can you remember anything? Maybe she just volunteers it. Am I imagining it? That she... No, I'm not imagining it. When did she say... Why can't I find it? This is bizarre. Am I just imagining that she said she never would she wouldn't kick him out because she never found anyone better? Oh, here, look. He was kind of always paid his rent. I did consider kicking him out towards the end of last year because he'd often have parties, but I never found anyone that seemed as reliable. Okay, so is this her trying to find someone more reliable, but she never could? I see, okay. Basement room for rent, tenants too noisy, quiet applicants only. All right, so she put an ad out. She tried to get a new tenant. She couldn't. All right, fine. All right, let's read this. We're going to take a break soon. 7 December, a few days before the murder, 6 days before the murder. It's from Percy St. John. It's from Percy, the confessed murderer. Dear friend, but we're not told who it's to. Dear friend, hope this letter finds you well. I'll be blunt. I turn to you in my hour of crisis for some advice. It's about Rachel and her relationship with Tomlinson. I know it's become something of a joke that I pine for this woman who doesn't have any interest in me, but rest assured this has nothing to do with any romantic feelings or intentions. Rachel's a good friend of mine. She proved that when she took the time to hand make a beret for me, just as she did for you and our small group of friends. I wear it like a badge of honor. Well, only when it's cold outside. Anyway, Tomlinson takes advantage of her. You must have seen it on our jaunts to the dog races, which I have to say is not my choice of outing. Believe me, I wouldn't voluntarily subject myself to such a classless place. But then you weren't there when I took them to a cricket match. That did not go well. Apparently, they didn't think much of it compared to that version of rounders you play in America, much to my disbelief, but that's by the by. Anyway, to the real nub of the matter. At the dog races, Tomlinson will often quickly waste his money on dogs that couldn't chase their own tails, let alone the motorized rabbit. Quickly, he finds himself broke by the second or third race of the day, so he goes to Rachel and starts begging for money with the promise that he'll pay it back to her at a later date. Now, Rachel is infatuated with Tomlinson. I'm not sure if he fully reciprocates, but I don't think he does. Either way, he knows she'll do anything for him. Indeed, he knows he can ask her for the money for his bets, and he'll get it every time. Surely you must have seen this happen. I'm worried what's going to happen if this keeps up. In private conversations, Rachel says Tomlinson never remembers to pay her back. How convenient. I've tried talking to Tomlinson about it, but he just brushes me off. Something needs to be done about this exploitation, preferably sooner rather than later. I think it's only a matter of time before Rachel's goodwill runs out and she snaps. I don't want her to do something she regrets later. Tomlinson needs to be taught a lesson, and I think I might be the one who has to do it. Please advise what course of action should I take. Yours sincerely, Percy St. John. We don't know who he's writing to. Okay, well, you could imagine here an explanation for why he confessed. Everyone thinks he's infatuated with this girl, Rachel. If Rachel snapped and murdered Tomlinson, you could imagine our guy Percy taking the blame for it to save her. Seems unlikely, but it's certainly possible. London Evening Chronicle. Lyle, regarding your report on Melvin McAdams and his lack of a response to your interview request, I'm giving you the go-ahead to travel to his house in Warwick to confront him. The company will pay your expenses for travel and accommodation. Keep all of your receipts and will pay them upon your return. You must travel alone due to rising expenses. We cannot justify travel for 2 people. Signed, Douglas Lawson. P.S. Just a reminder that we've moved the time the paper goes to print from 11 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. When publishing, distributing, and selling the newspaper on the same day, the extra 30 minutes make all the difference. So Lyle was the other reporter who was looking into this NATO story. Okay. And here we've got some information, a brochure, a gallery brochure that connects us to Rachel Weissman. This is the girl that's infatuated with our Victor Tomlinson. And here she is, Rachel Weissman. Let's see, maybe we'll go through this and then we'll take a break. The Charabia Gallery is proud to be hosting the first ever show for photographer Rachel Weissman. Born and raised in the Bronx, New York, Weissman has been living and working in London since 1962. Originally sent as a photojournalist to cover the Wimbledon Tennis Championships for Moment to Moment magazine, she liked the city so much she decided to stay. Weissman now supplements her art career with freelance photojournalist and commercial work. The exhibit features Weissman's attempts to capture the extraordinary in the ordinary, a snapshot of life in London in 1965, mixing the order with the chaos, the historical with the current, and the timeless with the fleeting. Her more recent photos have begun to mix these urban landscapes with portraits, heavily featuring a mysterious, unnamed muse. Let's see. Weissman came to my attention last year. I'm excited and delighted to help share Rachel's art with the world. We sat down together recently to discuss Weissman's life and art. Interview with the artist. This is Rachel Weissman. What are the major themes connecting your photos? I wanted to capture snapshots of life as it is right now, trying to capture the beauty in everyday life. I'm not too interested in the stereotypical beauty photos, your nature landscapes, your sunsets over the ocean, that sort of thing. I'm more interested in the opposite. They might seem plain and dull, but in 20 or 30 years' time, people will look at them and go, oh, remember when Elm Street used to look like that? These things change so fast, but you never really notice it happening until you look back and see what it was like before it changed. I think it's important to document the everyday so we can go back and see how it used to be. The problem is, nobody wants to capture the everyday. I remember when I was a kid, I saw photos of my old neighborhood and what it used to look like. I always wished there was more because I wanted to see more. But you can't go back in time, so you're left with only what was passed down by those who came before. And it says there's some muse that she liked. Okay, so look, what do you notice here? The beret. The beret. Remember, we're told about the beret. Percy is writing, and he says, Rachel made him a beret. She proved that when she took the time to make a beret for me, just as she did for you and our small group of friends. I'm going to write this down in terms of our little clues. So we've got a beret in Rachel Weissman brochure and Percy letter. That seems very relevant to me. Okay, here she is continuing. Why does the city captivate you? I love its energy. Some people can't handle it, so they move out to the country. But I'm the opposite. I find it very inspiring. Maybe because it's more in the state of flux, like I mentioned. What you're taking a photo of might be the last photo ever taken. But then there is that sense of history, that there have been many civilizations here since the days of the Romans. I like seeking out that history where it remains, like with the Tube. Some of those stations are such pretty pieces of Victoriana. I love the Tube. It's much prettier than the New York subways. Market Hill has such a nice tube station. It opened in the last year of Victoria's reign, so it's just Victoriana. I wonder if she caught a photo or something. When did you first meet the man in the photos? Maybe she's talking about this guy. And you should know you were there. For the benefit of all those reading who weren't. Okay, there was an ad in the local paper last year for a Thanksgiving dinner for Americans who, for whatever reason, weren't going back home, but still wanted to have a big meal and celebrate. A dinner held by our very own interviewer. In the end, there were 7 of us. I was sat next to the man. Everyone was nice and we all had a good time, but there was something about the man I thought was very photogenic. To use a photographer's term, I wanted to get more portraits into my art and I thought he'd be a good fit, so I plucked up the courage to ask him if he could be my muse. He was very flattered to be asked. But it's worked well. It started off as just an experiment to see what it would look like, and now he's a semi-permanent fixture in my photos. So this is in our paper, the Thanksgiving. Here is about the gallery. But not the Thanksgiving dinner, but look. There is an ad for this gallery. Oh, here's the Thanksgiving dinner. Thanksgiving dinner organized for any Americans in London missing home. Okay. But he doesn't want to be named. He was okay doing the shoots when he thought it was just a private thing, but when he heard they were going to be publicly displayed, he got all self-conscious about it. Finally persuaded him when I said I wouldn't name him and would keep him anonymous. Most of your portraits of him are out and about as opposed to studio-bound. Well, the studio is a rather boring place. It's much more fun being in the world. I think that's why my muse works so well as a muse. He likes going to the same places I enjoy going, so he accompanies me on my travels. Actually, he's quite useful because he has a car. Quite a small one, but still. I've only got a moped. Okay, so there we go. Rachel is the girlfriend with the moped. He often has to travel for work as well, so I sometimes accompany him on his travels. Is he anything more than just a muse? Oh no, we're just good friends. We're both New Yorkers, and we both like the same books, movies, music, etc. So we hang out together a lot, even when I'm not doing any photography. We both like going to see the Greyhound races at Wembley and Wimbledon. Well, I have taken some photos there, but only once. Yes, there are some very good photos of the dogs racing. Who doesn't love dogs? What's with the beret he wears? It seems he's wearing it in almost every photo. Well, it's my beret. I couldn't find the pattern and color beret I wanted in the shop, so I learned how to make one myself. I was experimenting with the new types of photographic film, and I thought the photos could do with more color. So I gave it to him to wear. The film brought out the burgundy of the beret nicely, and it really made the photos pop, so I decided to use it again in some more shots. After a while, though, he took a liking to it and wanted one for himself. So I made him one, but then suddenly everyone else wanted one too. It's become the emblem of our little friendship group. Has he thought about taking up modeling? Well, as you probably gathered, he's rather shy and self-conscious. I don't think he'd pose for anyone but me. He seems to think of it as a fun side hustle rather than as a serious pursuit. I'm the serious artist of the two of us. I think he'd be pretty good in commercials and all that, but I think he sees his journalism career as his life's calling, which is fair enough. Hopefully this public display will show he has nothing to be self-conscious about and help with his self-esteem. Well, hopefully we'll be seeing more of him in the years to come. Yes, I hope so too. Okay, so when Percy was saying she was infatuated with him, she claims that she's not in a relationship. This is going to be Tomlinson, right? Oh, look who's here, Anna. So it sounds like Rachel, the landlady, thought she was girlfriend, but maybe she's not girlfriend, boyfriend. He's just her muse. By V.W. Milligan, the owner, manager, and curator of Charabia. So that's the interviewer who's talking to her. He arranged the dinner. This guy came to dinner, and I'm assuming that this is Tomlinson, right? the journalist. She heard noises. Did she say she actually heard them having sex, or was it more ambiguous? Let's see what she says. Sometimes the noise come up. I don't want to make a fuss about his private life. Last Sunday was the opposite. He heard a row. She heard a row coming from downstairs. It was strange. She's never heard angry voices. She doesn't say she ever heard him having sex, does she? But he says his American girlfriend came around last Sunday night. But he doesn't, she doesn't, she's just assuming it's the girlfriend. Oh, right before mentioning they should be married. Okay, let's see. His American girlfriend. He'd often have parties. I'm really having a hard time today finding stuff. I don't know why that is. He's a friendly man. He pays his rent. He's well behaved. Girlfriend came round. She often went around his flat. Maybe I'm old fashioned. I still think they should have been married first. Not that I'm spying on them, just sometimes the noise comes up. I guess it's implying that they're having sex, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure we can believe that. Okay. And here we have a picture of our person. Kind of looks like an AI face. The rest of it looks natural, though. There's the beret. Okay. All right, why don't we take our first break here? I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We're playing Cryptic Killers Murder in Market Hill, the brand new Cryptic Killers game rated at 5 out of 5 difficulty. So far, we've got an early theory that the jealous girlfriend killed him, and our guy Percy likes her and is taking the blame for her. That feels a little too pat to me, a little too simple. I don't buy it. Let's keep going though. Next piece of evidence here is a letter from 3 days before the murder. We don't know who this is from, but I wonder if this isn't a return letter based on the one we already read. So look, here is 7 of December, letter that Percy's writing, dear friend. And here's a reply back. Dear Percy, following on from your letter of December 7, I totally agree that Tomlinson's behavior is reprehensible and inexcusable. He should be taught a lesson, but as Rachel is the wronged party in this matter, I believe you should encourage her to be the one who does the teaching. However, if Rachel decides not to do anything about it, I think you should have some sort of backup plan. As much as I am fond of Randall, I feel you really need to ensure that what he does can never be done again. We'll leave the details up to you. I've included your letter to me with this one because should matters escalate, I wouldn't want you to worry that I possess any potentially incriminating material against you. It might be prudent to destroy these letters. That's really interesting. So this person is writing back and saying, I'm sending... Okay, we had a little bit of a scare there. No, scare is not the right word. We lost internet for, I don't know, maybe half hour. Okay, I'm just going to give a couple minutes for everyone to get back who are still here. We lost most of our viewers. We're down to 8 from 20. That's how it goes. It's only happened a handful of times in 3 years, maybe 3 times or so. But nothing, it's not the worst thing in the world to call out the looky-loos. All right, now, where did we lose off? I get an alert now on my screen when it loses connection. So I should have some idea. I think it was when we were looking at this new letter. Did the channel, for the most part, see... Did we go over this letter back to Percy, talking about the letter he wrote to him? We did, right? That's what we were talking about. How the person he wrote to, who we don't know who it is, says, I'm sending you your original letter back so that it's not incriminating. Says maybe you should destroy these if you're going to do something bad to Randall. Okay, so these 2 letters, we don't know who that is. Maybe on our list of clues, we should write down who is Percy writing to. We have a sample of the handwriting. Should we find another example of it? Talking about his behavior as being so bad and all he's doing is borrowing money. I don't get that. Maybe there's something else we don't know. Okay. Let's continue on here. We've got a big newspaper here. London Transport promises new line on budget from the London Evening Chronicle. Editor Douglas Lawson. 13 December. Okay, so from the morning of the murder. And I think we should notice, we should make note that our girl here, Rachel, she's talking about the Market Hill station on the tube, hanging out there taking photographs. So I wonder if she might not have a photograph of the morning of the murder when it happened. Oh, here's an article about the murder. Okay, here, let's read. All right, so we've got a little photo here of someone. I wonder if that's Market Hill. Let's see. London Transport promises new line on budget. The London Transport Board has responded forcefully to allegations made last week suggesting that the new underground line would significantly exceed its budget by several million pounds. Independent analysts had previously expressed worries about the cost of the new underground line, which might be named the Victoria Line. They said in a statement made to this newspaper that their analysis is a worst-case scenario. So far, digging of the new tunnels has been progressing smoothly, and we have no reason to suspect that the worst-case scenarios will ever come to pass. We're still on target to open the new line in 1967. However, these independent analysts did not believe LTB's claims today, reiterating that the costs for the new line could force a rise in taxes if funding began to dry up. And then we've got an article here. American journalist pushed under tube train. The Central Line Station, Market Hill in London's W11 district, was closed this morning after a man was pushed under a tube train as it was pulling into the station. Train driver Fred Jackson said he saw someone push the victim in front of the train on the first service of the day at 5:40 a.m. The victim was identified by the items found on his person and, following confirmation from his landlady, has since been identified as Randall Tomlinson of New York, who has been a correspondent at the New York Star and Globe, London bureau for 6 years. Police have said they're confident that Tomlinson's death was not accidental and have now begun a murder investigation. In particular, the police wish to speak to a photographer friend of the victim who they think might be connected to the case. It sounds like they've caught wind that she might have been on the scene. Okay, so I want to write down a couple things before I forget. So our victim, we knew this before, but I'm just writing it down, worked at the New York Star and Globe and killed 5:40 a.m. first service. For some reason, they think the woman taking photographs might have been on the scene, maybe because she was observed nearby. What was he doing out there at 5:40 a.m., though? That's a little odd, don't you think? "5:40 a.m., that is early." Okay, let's look at the back here. Okay. Got a photograph here. And a story about influential art gallery. Patrons of the RT Gallery on Merton Street were shocked today to find the gallery, including all the exhibition spaces and the gallery coffee shop, closed. It came without prior warning, with the only explanation for the situation being a note taped to the inside of the door. The note, attributed only to the gallery staff, read, The gallery manager and owner, R.T. McMillan, has had to return home to deal with family crises that have arisen suddenly. Such is the nature of these crises that she does not know when she will return to London, and as such is stepping down from her manager duties. Is this Rachel R? No, R.T. McMillan. It is our wish, her wish and ours, that the gallery not disappear, but we will require some time to determine how it will operate without her. Once this matter is sorted, we shall reopen. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. Said one Merton Street resident, the RT was more than just a stuffy art gallery. It was a community space that did its best to try and bring people from different walks of life together. I hope this isn't the end of it. It would be such a shame to lose it. Meanwhile, John Body, a patron who had purchased a piece and arrived to collect it, was dismayed to find no one to help him. I spent almost £70 on that piece, and I can't get to it. I hope this situation is sorted quickly. I like the RT and don't want to have to resort to legal action, but I will if I have to. It was going to be a Christmas present as well. It's a really nice seascape. The Evening Chronicle approached the RT Gallery for comment. He said they would put out a proper statement in due time. They took the opportunity to reassure anyone with outstanding purchases that all orders will be fulfilled. We don't know what this has to do with anything. It's not the gallery that Rachel Wiseman was showing at, so I don't know if that's relevant at all. Here's a letter from the editor of the paper, Douglas Lawson. Jonathan says, let's see, I've got to reconnect this. How about this? I mean, I can see it. Nothing's promised, just I can't show it on the screen. And if I try to restart the chat. Okay, well, I'll just read up the screen. Jonathan says, I believe Fennick said that Randall always made sure to get the paper by 6 a.m., so maybe being at the train at 5:40 is not that odd. Okay, fair enough. Guess I'll say that little tricks I'll have to learn when the internet goes down. A couple things have to be reset, but we'll do them on our next break. Let's read this article here. I know this little column I get to write is supposed to be about serious matters, about the government, about the opposition, about the economy, about international affairs, about the health service, about trains, etc. ad infinitum. Well, forgive me for a more facetious column today. Blame it on being a Monday, or blame it on being so close to Christmas, or blame it on being a Monday so close to Christmas. But there is a matter that came to my attention I feel warrants further discussion. The matter in question is the number of seemingly unusual things that have been insured for rather large amounts, in a matter which came to my attention after hearing that the comedian Stoat Shelley has recently insured his mustache at Iocus, or maybe it's Locus. Iocus Insurance for £300,000, taking out a policy with the 234-year-old company as he deemed it so integral to his public image. Upon further investigation, I found that's our insurance company, Iocus. What were the things we're trying to find out about our insurance? The first name of the grandfather, the year the insurance was founded. Okay, so we just got that information. It's 234 years ago. So December 1965 minus 234 years. Okay. Upon further investigation, I found this was just the tip of the iceberg, and such unusual policies are rather common. Singer Rocco insured her vocal cords for $2 million. Guitarist Louis Ogier insured his fingers for $100,000, and food critic William Day insured his taste buds for $250,000. Before anyone asks, no, I am not taking out any ludicrous policies of my own. The job of a newspaper editor isn't that exciting. Okay, maybe this column wasn't the deepest of discussions, but hopefully it provided some mildly useful information. I advise you to cut it out and keep it in your pocket during Christmas dinner for when the conversation with your distant relations peters out and you need an icebreaker to get it going again, just in case none of you received the latest edition of the Book of World Records from Father Christmas. All right, so there's our key information here. It was a clue about the email password, though. All right, and we're also looking for the movie that came out, right? Got a couple ads here. The Grand Mimic automatic transmission for simple driving, a radio ad, a grocery store ad, and some toothpaste maybe, hair shampoo, television set, cigarettes, telephone. I don't think we saw mention of a movie that came out. Okay. There's that. Let's see, what else do we have? Another newspaper clipping that looks hand cut out by Fennick here, who we spoke to. November 29, so 2 weeks before the murder. So it's exclusive. British cabinet minister in sleaze scandal. This could be our political blackmail. Makes a lot more sense than blackmailing a person without a visa. By political correspondent Randall Tomlinson. 2 weeks before the murder, a political scandal. Sir Niles Goodwin, Secretary of State for the Department of Fiscal Affairs and MP for Stirping, has been seen having an affair with an 18-year-old model. We discovered that the minister frequently meets this model at the Holland Park Hotel, half a mile from his Kensington townhouse. Apparently, the minister had worked out an arrangement in which he could leave the hotel by the service entrance so that he could enter and leave the hotel discreetly. We were unable to talk to the model directly, but someone close to her told us the model had met Sir Niles at a party held by socialite Derek Linton last July, and that the secret trysts had started not long after. This friend, who we are calling Anna, as she only spoke to us on the condition we keep her identity secret, said she was worried for her friend's safety. According to Anna, the model had told her Sir Niles had begun acting increasingly erratically as he tried to keep the whole affair secret, threatening violence if the story ever became public. Sir Niles reportedly told the model, "I know people, they can kill you and make it look like suicide." Working with London's Metropolitan Police, we have ensured that both the model and Anna have been moved to a safe and secure location before we published this story. We approached Sir Niles for comment on our findings. Sir Niles called them the worst kind of spurious allegations that do not dignify further response, before threatening the paper with libel proceedings if we printed the story. However, we at the New York Star and Globe feel our investigation has provided evidence of such irrefutability that we are confident if Sir Niles did bring a libel case against us, we would beat it. Furthermore, we believe that this story is worth the risk to print, for as a man in such high position in the government, this breach of power and decency goes against the virtues of the country and the people he has been elected to represent. Okay, so you might think this would be a motive for murder, but it certainly would be a motive for murder before the story got printed. Once it's printed, it doesn't really help you to be murdering the newspaper guy. I mean, maybe you blame him for ruining your life, but typically you murder someone before they came out with this story. But he could have been blackmailing this guy. He certainly could have been blackmailing him. But then again, if you're blackmailing, why do you write the story? You're killing your ability to blackmail. Okay. And then at the back of this, we just have a picture of a woman playing a piano. You might want to check out, what's the What's the TV series that Kevin Spacey got famous for, the US version? What was it called? It wasn't very good. It's very popular. But there's a British version of it that's pretty, House of Cards. There's a original British version of House of Cards that was quite good, I thought. Okay, next piece of evidence is a magazine page, and it is printed on magazine stock. It feels very real. The best Christmas parties have Ruby Rouge. That's a fun ad. What is it? Is it like hard liquor? It's got a picture of her on it. Was this a real thing? I can't tell if it's like soda pop or hard liquor. Dorf agrees the British miniseries was so much better. The American one with Kevin Spacey was just totally over the top and annoying, but the British one felt much more original. Okay, here we go. There's our guy. This is the same guy. Well, that's interesting. So this looks like Percy, not, oh boy, they look the same. Here, look. Here are the three friends. They look pretty similar, but that's gonna be him. So not Percy. Percy is different. He's got a more angular face. Okay, let's read this. November, so a month before the month of the murder. Here's our guy, Percy. This is the guy that confessed to the murder. The Uncle Percy. Okay, let's read an article about him. This month's featured man about town is Percy St. John. For many, the name St. John is a name they know from the world of finance. One of the oldest insurance brokers in the city of London, Iacus Insurance Limited, is currently run by Maxim St. John, who took over from his father, Aloysius St. John. However, Maxim's eldest son, Percy, is making something of a name for himself in a way completely removed from the family's Lime Street tradition, breaking through into the arts instead. When we sat down in his spacious flat in Kensington, he was immaculately dressed in a smart suit. Is this how he always dresses at home? No, but it is when I know I have company such as yourself coming. Completing his suit is the old-school tie of Redmond College, with the blue stripes of Barnet House. I didn't care much for Redmond, though that was probably nothing to do with Redmond itself, and more just an aversion to being taught. Yes, I can see why an education is important, but I learned more by myself reading books than I ever did through having a series of men shouting at me for 6 hours a day. Also, I never really fitted in there. This wasn't helped by the fact that once I reached a certain age, I felt the expectation to follow my father and my father's father into the world of finance. We raised the question, if he doesn't fondly remember Redmond, why still wear the tie? I like the colors. I think they suit me. Also, well, there's a little bit of traditionalist in me, even if I do sometimes hate to admit it. Was he ever going to follow his father into the world of finance? I find the world of finance so frightfully dull. I held off as long as I could. I was forced to spend some years at Iacus, but thankfully my younger brother, Alexander, came along behind me, and as soon as he was old enough, I pawned the role of successor onto him. It's a solution that seems to have pleased everyone, including Alexander. Yes, he seems happy in his role at Iacus Insurance. At least he said he was last time we talked. Only once he was free of Iacus could he finally embrace his true calling. I'm very interested in the arts. At the moment, I financed a production of Shakespeare's Scottish play at the Market Hill Forum. Rehearsals are going very well. It opens in December and we run until January. Not to tempt fate too much, but I'm hoping if all goes well, I might be able to start the St. John Theatrical Production Company and do more work like this. And when did this love of the theater begin? At Redmond, actually. It was one of the two things that made an impact on me, that and cricket. And the two things have something in common. Although I enjoyed playing cricket and acting in plays in my school days, I knew fairly early on that I wouldn't be good enough at either to make it a career. That's why I decided to produce. His interest in the arts clearly extends beyond the stage, though. The walls of his flat are brimming with artworks highlighting his eclectic tastes. They're all originals, he tells us. Seems a shame to waste precious wall space with prints. When he lists the artists, however, none of them stand out as household names. Kandinsky's and Van Gogh and Monet and all the rest I have no interest in. Where's the fun in having an artwork countless people around the world have duplicates of hanging on their walls? All of these are my own. I enjoy visiting the smaller galleries around and sampling the work of new talent. My favorite is the Charabia Gallery on Market Hill. It's not too far away from here. They have some very interesting stuff there, so much so it's become a favorite haunt of mine, and I've ended up spending so much time there I've befriended its owner, Vicky Milligan. That's how I found out about Rachel Wiseman. Many of the artworks aren't paintings but photographic art, all very similar in design. Those are all Rachel Wiseman's, he tells us. I met her at the Charabia, and I just adore her work, and her as a person, too. She is very talented. A favorite artist or something more? No, for now I'm merely her #1 fan. I see. He does seem a bit obsessed with Rachel. And he's got a very identifiable tie. Keep an eye open for that. Okay, Ruby Rouge. Did someone look up if Ruby Rouge is a real thing? Jonathan reminds us that we probably got another piece of the password here because the grandfather's first name. Okay, what was Percy's grandfather's first name? Let's see. Iolcus is currently run by Maxim St. John, who took over from his father Aloysius. However, Maxim's eldest son, Percy. So Maxim is Percy's father, and Maxim took over from his father Aloysius. Good catch. I almost forgot about that. Let's make sure we got the spelling right. Aloysius. Okay, so we've got two of the pieces of information. We're just looking for the film released on December 13, 1965. Jonathan says, wait, is it the grandfather's first name of our client? That's a good point. I guess you're right. It's probably the client. My grandfather's first name. Okay, so Aloysius is Percy's grandfather, but this guy is the son, so I guess it's Maxim. So I guess we want Maxim, right? Maxim is Percy's father. Our client is Percy's nephew. So Percy's father, our client's father is Percy's brother. They both have the same father. That's Maxim. Yeah? Maxim. Okay, good catch. Thank you. And let's see. Let me see if I can get rid of this. Restart the chat and fix the blank. Okay, good. Okay, and now we're back We still need the film, otherwise we're there. Okay, and he seems to be obsessed a little bit about Rachel. No hits on Ruby Rouge. I can't believe they would have made this up, though. All right, next piece of evidence here. We've got police report. This is a different case, though. Our first interviews were all with case F8X13T. Why do we have another case here? Call was received at 5:50 a.m. on the 13th of December from Melvin McAdams, who said there was an intruder on his property. Melvin McAdams. Okay, let's read this. We went to his house to investigate the matter. Turned out the intruder was a journalist from the London Evening Chronicle. When we arrived, the journalist was on the pavement in front of McAdams' garden. They said they had never gone into McAdams' garden. McAdams claimed the journalist had gone up to his house to ask him a question and had only retreated to the pavement when he followed through on his threat to call the police if they didn't leave. As for telling the truth, well, it ended up not mattering too much because McAdams decided not to press charges as long as the journalist stayed on the pavement and off his property. I informed the journalist of this, and while they were somewhat resentful of being accused of something they claimed not to have done, they agreed they wouldn't go any further than the pavement. Dear Detective Bragg, here's a copy of the report you requested. Yours, Sergeant Dennis Dewhurst, Warwickshire Police. What's going on here? So it's 10 minutes after the person was pushed in front of the train. So this is something that's happened right after the guy was pushed in the train. Melvin McAdams reports an intruder. Journalist from London Evening Post. Now the London Evening Chronicle, that's not our guy. But is this Lyle? Is this the guy that Tomlinson stole the story from? This is Warwickshire. So it sounds like what's happening here is we're getting an alibi. I think that's what the chat thinks, but I can't switch to it. Let me see. I can switch to it if I do it. If I fix it here. Can I? I'll have to do it during the break, but I can bring it up here. Okay, John says, check Jesse. Remember, Lyle was being sent to Warwick. I think this might be giving him an alibi. Okay. I think that sounds right to me. Where is our suspect page for Lyle? Ian Lyle. And we haven't filled out any notes from him, but we've surely heard about him. Arthur Fennick. Okay. I'm just trying to look up the mentions of Lyle. Journalist at the London Evening Chronicle called Ian Lyle claimed that Randall stole his piece. So yes, this is going to be Ian Lyle. And where were we told that Ian Lyle was sent to Warwick? Do you remember? I believe it, but I don't remember where we heard that he was in Warwick. John says it's pretty shorthanded written note, I believe, talking about him having permission. Yes, okay, I know what you mean now. That was this one. London Evening Chronicle. Regarding your report on Melvin McAdams, this is whose house he was found in, and his lack of response to your interview. Go ahead, travel to his house in Warwick to confront him. The company will pay your expenses and accommodation. You have to travel alone. Okay, good. Excellent. So what we've got here is an alibi for one of our suspects. He's alibied. Warwick is far enough away that he needed travel expenses. He was there at 5:40. We'll call this a timeline alibi. Okay, good. Done. All right. We've got a couple more items. So far, you have to be impressed with the documents for this case. They are lots of reading, lots of fully fleshed out, interesting stuff. Okay, weekly column pages continued. Weekly column pages. Here's the start of it. Let's see what we've got here. So it's on Monday, December 13th, the morning of our murder, from the New York Star and Globe, where Randall Tomlinson worked. Let's see. Keeping pace with 1965, a year of political upheaval and unrest, great strides in policy and debate have created milestone moments in the country's unwritten history books. From economic shifts to the fighting between world superpowers, Britain is cautiously carving its path through the unprecedented and unsettling times. Yet, as we look back over this year, the turbulent journey reveals vivid scenes of both significant progress and bitter contention. Progress is seen in rights and education, and the topic of social welfare gains some much-needed attention, too. But contention exists in social reforms and foreign policy due to the deep-rooted xenophobic opinions of modern Britain. Quiet tensions simmer beneath the facade of a calm, and as that xenophobic rhetoric escalates, it creates an international divide. Years into the standoff, 1965 comes to an end with the Kremlin and the Western Allies locked in a lengthy, precarious Cold War dance, with neither side showing signs of yielding. Meanwhile, spy networks and espionage have become the everyday norm. The space race underscores intense technological rivalry. A quickening pace in arms development alarms many, and the Vietnam conflict deepens, drawing global attention, yet Britain continues to stand firm. This is like a end of year summary. Vigilance is the watchword as alliances begin to shift. Western blocs and Eastern powers reassess their strategies, but X-rays of political health show deep-seated fractures, while talks of a treaty offer hope amidst fear. Khrushchev's fall from power signals a change in the Soviet leadership. Stalemates exist in many areas of the Cold War, yet tensions persist. Communication channels open but cautiously, bridging East and West with yields of cautious optimism for easing their strained relationship. Keen discussions in Parliament show a need for industrial revitalization. Very much in the spotlight are the government's proposals, which promise to reshape the future of Britain. Old policies Xeroxed from the past are being reevaluated in an attempt to target both recovery and innovation as the year draws to a close. Key labor reforms are on the horizon and promise to yield significant societal changes. I believe the government's vision to reestablish the country as a superpower on the map is bold and requires improvements in 4 key areas. Before Christmas arrives, let's summarize these key areas in more detail. 1. Education. Visionary reforms are set to completely reshape Britain's schools as society calls for educational equality for all. The government considers comprehensive schools to bridge this gap. Amidst zealous debates, the transformation aims to dismantle the binary division between grammar and secondary modern school classes, fostering equal opportunities for children. This transition towards inclusivity challenges the accepted norms and looks to be the first step towards tackling the wider issue of xenophobia within schools, and indeed throughout the country. 2. Xenophilia and xenophobia. Public sentiment in modern Britain shows a complex tapestry of cultural acceptance and resistance. Amid economic changes, hostility towards immigrants occasionally surfaces. However, xenophilia also finds its place, promoting cultural diversity. Political discussions reflect this duality, with fiery debates vigorously examining Britain's stance on its immigration laws. Just as some political voices advocate for tighter controls, distinct calls for openness and integration also grow louder. Xenial attitudes towards Commonwealth immigrants are beginning to show a slow shift towards greater acceptance of foreigners. Society stands at a crossroads. 3. Economics. Labor's government takes the helm in an era of economic questions, initiating policies aimed at stimulating growth. Various important discussions on trade and finance dominate the business landscape, with a profound focus on securing stable employment and managing inflation. Despite Britain's xenophobic traits, as previously mentioned, foreign relationships yield ever higher returns in Britain's post-war economy. National efforts are being made to grow the country's rate of technological innovation, which is seen as a key driver of winning in the competitive global markets. Although vulnerable amongst global shifts and industrial decline, Britain's innovative spirit hints at future growth. Defense. I see this whole thing is written by Randall Tomlinson. Defense. As 1965 unfolds, Britain's defense strategy faces scrutiny as global tensions continue to dictate a strategic reevaluation. The British government, amidst Cold War pressures, is clearly optimizing its international defense capabilities, focusing on its vital Western alliances as well as its nuclear deterrence programs. The emphasis is on maintaining a strong NATO presence. Modernization of the armed forces becomes a key priority, but the requirement for conventional forces versus nuclear growth results in a financial conundrum. The Labour government planned to reduce overall military spending, but home defense measures require a total revamp, with yesteryear's security policies becoming quickly outdated. Jonathan's thinking the same exact thing I was thinking, that these numbered items kind of jump out at you like they would make a good make for a good cipher, book cipher. You can refer to paragraphs by number. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I wonder. Oh, he's continuing here. I see. We might get our last piece of the password here. This is weekly column pages continued. Our entertainment correspondent, Jim Litchfield, discusses the upcoming cinema releases. Last week saw the premiere of the fourth and latest entry into a certain series of films featuring a debonair British super spy. It's going to be one of the year's biggest films, so big I don't even need to say what it is. You already know what it is. Will it be big enough to knock the singing Austrians off their #1 spot? I guess we'll see. Interestingly, it had its world premiere at the Hibiya Cinema in Tokyo, Japan. Quite why they went so far east to hold this event instead of staying on home soil, I was unable to find out. But my sources indicate it might be linked with a decision by the producers to set film #5 in Japan and do a lot of filming out on location. They're obviously talking about a James Bond movie. But they're talking about the week before our murder, because this paper's coming out on the day of the 13th. Being paid handsomely to do so. What an arduous life those film producers must lead. Meanwhile, those of us living outside the land of the rising sun must wait a few more days until we can watch the film for ourselves. It launches in the US on the 22nd of this month and in the UK a week later. If any of my American coworkers in the New York office start wondering why I'm refusing their telephone calls between the 22nd and the 29th, it's because I'm keeping myself secure from any potential attempts to spoil the film for me. From any nasty people more suited to be working for a diabolical supervillain than a respectable newspaper. But I'm sure it'll be worth the wait. Watching the film's trailers has whetted my appetite, and from the few clips they gave us, I think it's a motion picture event that warrants genuine excitement, like nothing that's ever come before. Indeed, I think we need to cherish that excitement that can only come from watching such a major motion picture. You don't get it from every film released. So when something special comes along, I don't feel there's anything wrong with acknowledging it and reveling in it. I say this because I know many will scoff at a full-grown adult getting so hyped up over just another film. But when such a mere film can deliver 2 hours of such joy, I say, why not get excited? I say 2 hours, even though I know with all the returns to the cinema I'll make, it'll probably end up being much more than that. Indeed, I failed to muster up such excitement for Mountaineer, which opens in cinemas across the city on the day this column goes to press. So there we go. That's our final piece of our password puzzle. Mountaineer. Make sure we get the spelling right. Mountaineer. Okay, so we know this paper is being published on December 13th, and that's what the question was. What movie comes out on the day of the murder? And he says Mountaineer, which opens in cinemas across the city on the day this column goes to press. No offense to the filmmakers, but I doubt anyone's reveling for this film. Hopefully it's an entertaining feature romp, an entertaining romp that will keep us entertained until December 29th, but I have my doubts. It looks to me to be a rather drab affair made on the cheap. Case in point, I have it on good authority that the Himalayan mountain scaled in the film is actually in Snowdonia. I'm skeptical that the filmmakers will be able to fool us into thinking northern Wales is Nepal, but I suppose I shouldn't prejudge. Who knows? Maybe it might work with a good director of photography who can shoot creatively. Either way, I hope the filmmakers remember to fly the Yeti back home after filming finished, because the last thing we need is another invasive species harming the indigenous fauna. Gray squirrels are bad enough, thank you. All right, so there we go. This document is a big yap session. Well, yes, but I really respect that the Cryptic Killers have branched out to more painting a picture of a previous time. I kind of like that. I like that we can take our time reading a little bit of social history and stuff. Okay, Thunderball was 1965. So is that the James Bond movie they're talking about, Thunderball? All right, so we've got our email password. We've still got a couple more documents to go through, more than a couple here. Okay, here's Randall writing to Rachel. To my very dear friend Rachel, regarding your first public exhibition at the Charabia, all I can say to you is cabbage is one of the necessary ingredients you must gather if you wish to follow the recipe for coleslaw. Okay, so look. Congratulations. Congratulations. So he's got, this is clearly a code. Letter found in our search of Rachel Wiseman's flat. Okay. Congratulations, he says. So let's keep an eye out. He's already got a history of writing codes to Rachel now. Cabbage is one of the necessary ingredients you must gather if you wish to follow the recipe for coleslaw. A large portion of mayonnaise is also needed to actually make it coleslaw, though, unless you just want to eat a large pile of shredded cabbage. Maybe I'm just a fussy eater, but that's not something I would particularly enjoy eating. Once you've mixed cabbage and mayo, you can always add nuts like walnuts or cashews if you like, though some might have an allergic reaction. You earned it. So I think it's just saying congratulations, right? You don't have control over every letter. So probably it's just, what do we call this again? An acrostic, where you're using the first letter from each line. You might want to double check to make sure he's not using the second word, first letters. I, O, I, F. No, probably just the first one. This is probably just introducing us to the concept that Randall writes to Rachel in code. Okay, next up. You got another witness report, Fred Jackson. This was the train driver. As I was pulling into the station, I saw someone on the platform. It's not a busy station, especially at that time in the morning, but there's this one guy there by himself on most mornings. Anyway, that morning, I was concentrating on stopping the train, so I didn't get a good look at what happened. But out of my peripheral vision, I saw someone run onto the platform, give the man waiting a shove. Then I saw him fall in front of my cab. I was already applying the brakes, but I slammed them on hard just as he fell. Of course, it was no use. He fell just in front of me, so there was no way the train could have slowed down to a halt in time. I saw Bill give chase to the person that pushed the victim, so I felt no need to do the same. So Bill is the name they use for police. So he's saying he saw one of the coppers chase him. And cover note, Market Hill is a tube station on the London Underground Central line in Cricklewood Extension that branches off the main line between Queensway and Notting Hill Gate. We have 3 testimonies from Underground staff working that day. Fred Jackson, who drove the train, Bill Straw. Oh, maybe he's not talking about the nickname for police. He's saying Bill. Sorry for that bad information. He's talking about Bill Straw, who was the platform guard at the station where the murder occurred, and Stan Garfield, who's working in the ticket office. Okay, I don't know why I thought that was the nickname for police. What is the nickname for police then if it's not Bill? I did want to write something down. We did get a little bit of a clue here. He said, there's one guy there by himself on most mornings. So the guy who got pushed, the guy who was pushed, who we know is Randall Tomlinson, is at station most mornings. So it's not unusual for him to be there. Bobby is the nickname for police. Okay. I thought I remembered it being Bill. Okay, let's see what else we got. These are more interviews with the train people. Here's Bill. I was at the far end of the platform. Platform was empty, so when the victim walked onto it, he didn't bother moving along. He just stood there at the halfway point. I see him every day. He always wears this distinct patterned beret that looks handmade. We've never really interacted beyond exchanging pleasantries. He always catches that train, the first train of the day. There's only one other guy who sometimes catches that train, but not every day, once a fortnight, I'd say. He always asked the victim for a cigarette whenever he saw him, and the victim was always happy to share. The other guy was an American and would always ask in his thick accent, "Got a cigarette, pal?" But he wasn't there that day. Just as the 5:40 train was pulling into the station, I saw the murderer run onto the platform. At first, I thought they were just wrapped up against the winter cold and running to catch the train. It took me a while to realize what was going on. I couldn't believe it. It was all so unexpected. The victim had moved closer to the edge of the platform as the train came in to get on as soon as the doors were opened. And just at that moment, the murderer ran on, pushed the victim, and then ran away. It all happened so fast, I didn't really get a good look. As I said, they were wrapped up in so many layers of clothing. They had a thick coat on, and they were wearing a beret hat with a scarf wrapped around their face. So I couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. I'm certain they were shorter than the victim. Okay. Murderer was shorter with beret and scarf. It can't be as simple as it being Rachel who did this, but Rachel does have a beret. Can't tell if it's a man or a woman. The murderer didn't stick around. If I'd been thinking straight, I would have given chase straight away, but the shock of it, plus the fact I was still a little groggy, meant it took me a bit of time to process it. I chased them up the escalator to the ticket office, but they were able to run out onto the street. Then they got on a motorbike and sped off north. Really? Rachel and her motorbike? We're going to put a new card for the criminal. Shorter than Randall, beret, scarf, lots of clothing, ran north to motorbike. Certainly sounds like all signs are pointing to Rachel, doesn't it? DJ Moneycut says they did say Old Bill for police. Everyone in Dorf is saying in the channel 5 out of 5 difficulty. It can't be as simple as proving that Rachel, a motorbike, and beret. I agree with you. I tried to take down the license plate, but it had been covered up. Covered license. And then maybe the other note we should have is that there is someone else who sometimes is there who's American. Sometimes American at train. That's kind of a weird coincidence, but not always there and wasn't there that day. But another American, that's pretty unusual. Okay, what have we got here? This is the other witness, Stanley Garfield, ticket office worker. I was in the ticket booth. Victim arrived first at around 5:35 by my watch. He's always our first customer of the day, always gets here for the first train of the day and never misses it. The murderer followed later, about 30 seconds or a minute later. They were dressed head to toe, but then it was cold outside, so that didn't seem peculiar, though I did notice their beret was the exact same color as the man who was killed. I thought at the time it was a striking coincidence. Next thing I know, I heard someone running up the escalator a few minutes later. It was the murderer, who then dashed through the ticket office onto the street. Bill tried to chase them, but I heard the motorbike speed off. Bill came back and told me what had happened. Then he went back to check on Fred while I closed the station and contacted the police immediately. Is it possible that what we've got going on here is someone trying to make it look like it's Rachel? Like they've got one of Rachel's berets, and we know the group of these three of them have berets, have the same berets, right? This little friend group. Where's our photograph? We know this little friend group. We know this little friend group has the berets that she made for them. Look at her hair, though. Could she really wear a beret? So this guy's pushed in the train by someone wearing the beret. We know that Percy has a beret. Randall has a beret. And our girl has a beret. Is someone trying to make it look like Rachel did it, and that's why our guy steps in and takes the blame, but really she didn't do it? I wonder. Someone made a very good point now about heights. That's a very good point you just made about height. Very good observation. Very good observation. So where's our criminal? So we made a note that the criminal is shorter than the victim, but we're going to put a note that Percy is taller. See photo. Okay, very good catch. Dorf asks, was the entire group, no, it was a handmade beret that she had to get special yarn to make the exact color she wanted. So I don't think you can just buy this at a store. And then there was the comment about Percy being taller. And we've got a new visitor. It says they just found the channel. Okay. What was that the entire group she made berets for? Was it just 3? We don't know. Kind of sounded like maybe, but could be more. We don't know yet. We don't know yet. Jonathan says, I think it's more than these 2. We don't know though. But I would not be surprised if someone is trying to frame Rachel for some reason that we don't know yet though. All right, let's keep going. There's not too much more in stage 1. We've got another newspaper. The finest Christmas turkey. Final orders to put in December 10th. There's the Mayfair catalog of toys. Shillingwell soap. Editor Arthur Fenwick. Here's the New York Star and Globe. This is where Ian Lyle worked. Well, here's the guy, the politician that they wrote the article about. There's Randall Tomlinson. Oh, maybe this is Randall Tomlinson's paper, not Ian Lyle. But here is Randall writing more about this politician. Okay. Disgraced British MP sacked from post, refusing calls to resign. This is December 2nd. So 11 days before the murder. Let's see. On Monday, we reported on Sir Niles Goodwin, Britain's Secretary of State for Fiscal Affairs and MP for Stirping. We had uncovered proof that the MP had been having an extramarital affair with a teenage model at a hotel near his Kensington townhouse. Today, we can report that Sir Niles has since been sacked from his post at the DFA by the Prime Minister, who also withdrew the whip from Sir Niles, meaning that he has lost his position as a government member of Parliament and now must sit as an independent. The government was facing increasing calls from both its own members and opposition members to sack Goodwin. At Prime Minister questions yesterday, the leader of the opposition asked the Prime Minister how the public could trust the government after the events of the past week, saying that Sir Niles' actions had brought the government into disrepute. The Prime Minister disagreed, saying that while Sir Niles' actions were shameful, the public could still trust that the government were getting on with the business of governing and doing so more capably than the opposition ever could. However, it seems the PM has agreed that Goodwin's position was untenable. Sir Niles is now facing growing calls from his constituents for him to resign and trigger a by-election. But at the present moment, he's standing firm and has said that he has no plans to step down from his seat. When we approached Sir Niles for comment, he said, I was given a mandate by the people at the last election to represent them, and I intend to fulfill that promise for the entirety of my term. This is my life's calling, and I'm not just going to recklessly throw it away just because you press jackals can't mind your own business. However, when we approached residents of Stirping for their opinions, many of them told us they had lost confidence in Sir Niles and wanted to see him stand down. He's lost my trust, said one resident, and if he can't be trusted to uphold even the most basic ideals of decency and be a respectful member of society, then I don't think he's worthy of a seat in the House. I don't want him representing me, said another. What he did sickens me. Political commentator George Dennett gave us his stance on the matter. I think his career's in tatters. He's clinging on for dear life, but I think the writing's on the wall. I don't think he'll last until the next general election, and even if he does, he'll almost certainly lose his seat. I think he might as well bite the bullet and just go now. Extra. Just as the story was about to go to print, we heard the news from Buckingham Palace that Goodwin has been stripped of his knighthood. Okay, so Randall Tomlinson is ruining this guy's life. And this guy might have been being blackmailed by Tomlinson as well, for all we know. So here's someone who has a grudge against Tomlinson, that's for sure. And someone who's acting a little bit erratic. So I do wonder if this isn't our murderer. Interesting. Keep your eye open for his height. All right, time for us to take our break here. We're back up to 14 concurrent viewers and 16 likes. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're back. I think I've got the chat fixed here. Yes, okay. DJ Moneycat says the politician said he would make it look like suicide, which this does not. I think that's a good point. I was wondering if we should split this up into 2 sessions. Noah says he doesn't think we need to. Anna has to leave, but says someone used the model. I like that idea. I also like Jonathan's idea. Jonathan said Randall might be using book codes. That's not part is not what I'm concerned about. But the part about the meeting the other person. So the trained person says this guy Randall is there every morning at 5:40, but he occasionally meets another American who asks to borrow a cigarette. That does very much sound like you're meeting a contact, like a spy contact. When we read that, we thought that's very suspicious, but the more I think of it, the more suspicious it is. That like they've got this thing, he bums a cigarette, maybe there's information in the cigarette. So I feel like maybe our murdered guy might have been getting fed information. In fact, let's follow this idea for a second and follow up on what Niles Goodwin does. He's not just an MP, right? He's his post at the DFA. And what are we told the DFA is? We sort of skimmed over this at the time, but actually it's defense, right? This guy works in military. Where is our article on Niles? Like, the DFA is... Maybe we're told here about post at the DFA. Oh, here it is. Sir Niles Goodwin, Britain's Secretary of State for Fiscal Affairs. Okay, so maybe it's not defense. Still fiscal affairs. It does feel to me like we might have spy stuff going on here. I agree with that. All right, let's look at the rest of this paper. Mayor of West Berlin to address the UN. Office of Mayor of West Berlin announced yesterday that the Mayor of West Berlin is due to make an official visit to the United Nations building next week. Remember, there was an article about NATO that Randall got involved in, and we're told that Randall had a contact at NATO. That could be some international spy stuff. It is believed that as part of his address, the mayor will condemn the further efforts made by East Germany to improve the level of fortification of the Berlin Wall. The mayor has spoken out many times over the past year about increased levels of security at the wall that has divided East and West Berlin for the past 4 years. Additionally, he has helped lead the international campaign of condemnation towards the USSR and GDR. Regarding the wall's continued existence, the office also announced that while he is in the USA, the mayor will meet the president of the White House. Let me tell you what I'm going to keep my eye open for. I am going to keep my eye open for information that Niles Goodwin was for cutting the funding of spy agencies. Like, it feels like maybe he was killed off by some American spy agent. Not killed off. Disgraced to get him out of government by some American spy agency. Very common that the spy agencies try to get compromat. That's the Russian term for compromising information on someone to get leverage on them. And it wouldn't be crazy that if they wanted to have leverage on this guy, Niles and Goodwin, they couldn't get leverage on him, so they're going to get him disgraced out of office. So I want to see if we can't find, hopefully, some information about why they were trying to get rid of him. Okay, let's read this. Greenwich Observatory announced Christmas lecture. Royal Observatory at Greenwich announced the details for their annual Christmas lecture yesterday. Giving the lecture this year will be Dr. David Wilkins of Prince's University, who will be discussing the recent discovery of cosmic microwave background radiation and its ramifications, improving the hypothesis of the Big Bang. As is tradition, the lecture will aim to explain the big scientific discoveries of today to a general audience. Dr. Wilkins' lecture will take place in the Royal Observatory's Octagon Room on Monday, December 13th, with tickets going on sale tomorrow. This sounds like a real thing to me. Background radiation and Big Bang history is real. Okay, and then we just got some advertisements. Okay, we're almost done with part one. Here is Simon Stevens. We don't know what this is about. We received a call from Mrs. Winifred Huxley at 7 Wessex Square, 5:30 a.m., saying that a vagrant passed out in their front garden and they were worried about confronting them in case they turned violent. We arrived and were able to get the man to respond. He had clearly been out drinking the night before and hadn't fully slept it off yet. He claimed to live at 41 Wessex Square and had failed to fully make it home. We drove him to number 41, and sure enough, he had the key with him and was able to let himself in. As he was still intoxicated and finding it difficult to walk, we helped him upstairs, where he promptly fell asleep on his bed. After making sure he was safe, we let ourselves out. So this sounds like it's going to be an alibi for someone who lives at 41 Wessex Square. Alibi. Who is this? Is this going to be Niles Goodwin? Where is our who lives at 41 Wessex Square? Does anyone remember which of our people lives at Wessex Square before I start hunting for it? It's not our guy Randall. It's not any piece in the paper. It's not John Cheshire, because that would actually give Percy less of an alibi. Okay, well, we're just going to make this note. Make sure we don't forget to resolve this. Let's put it aside for now. We'll worry about it if we need to. Someone's got an alibi. Someone's got an alibi, but we don't know who. Okay, what's this? Pan Global Exports. That sounds like a spy company. Oh, here's our Tony Harbor guy. This is the guy that's the not dock worker, but working in shipping, that we're told Randall Tomlinson might have been blackmailing. Fleet Street, London. Pan Global Exports. Boy, that does sound like spy stuff to me. European manager. All right, so he wasn't a dock worker. He was a little bit higher up. PGE Fleet Street. Interesting. Pan Global Exports. Okay. What's this here? We got a little bit of a map. Okay, let's see if we can make sense of this. This puts things, gives us a little reference for things. There's the Greenwich Observatory. We just heard about that article. There's the Thames cutting through London. Here's Fleet Street. Here's Market Hill. I guess where the train accident was. Train murder. Merton Street. I don't remember what's so significant about Merton Street. And then on the other side of this, we have close-up of Market Hill Station. There's Market Hill Station. There's where Randall lives. Let's find our Wessex Square alibi. 41 Wessex Square. Where is Wessex Square? Westbourne, Market Hill, Holland Park Hotel. Where is the hotel that he's said to be having an affair with? Here's Wessex Square. Okay, here's Wessex Square up southeast from Market Hill. So Wessex Square, I guess, is somewhere down here. I don't feel like this solves anything for us, but it does let us position everything. There's the gallery. All right. Well, let's see. John says, I wish this map had been very early in the documents so we could have annotated as we read these documents. Yeah, we could have, I mean, we could have looked through it and picked it out first. In general, the way we've been playing these games lately is to go through them in order, not search through them. Okay, so we've been through all the physical documents. We do have the online website that we should get into, though. But do we want to talk anything through before we jump on the website? It's a little unusual because normally we save that for the very end of the case until we figured everything else out. But here we've got this part 1 and part 2. And we don't even know what... We don't even know what part 1 is going to ask us to do we? Let me reread that. Take a look at this again. Your objective for part 1, read all the evidence. Here are our main suspects. If one of these does not have an alibi, we have found our killer. Update me with your findings. Sounds like they're going to ask us to find the one person without an alibi. In which case, we're going to have to come back because we only have a clear alibi for one person. Let's see here. As much as I am fond of Randall, I feel you really need to ensure that what he does can never be done again. Okay, so this friend who he's writing to, we don't know, is fond of Randall. So we don't know who that is. Then we've got Rachel. Do we have an address for Rachel? I don't think so. So if we look at our suspects again, let's see what we've got here. Ian Lyle. Okay, so we alibied Ian Lyle. Okay, but we don't know about Tony Harbor, Niles Given. Okay, so let's do it this way. Here are our 3 remaining suspects. Before we go to the online element, we're going to recap our ideas. Okay, Jonathan says, I wrote down Holland Park Hotel being where Niles' townhouse is. Can we find this on the map? Yes, I did see that on the map. And we wondered whether that was the hotel where Niles was having his affair. So Holland Park Hotel is right here. Randall is quite near it. We have one good alibi that we don't know who it's for yet, which is 41 Wessex Square. So it does feel like we should try to figure out who's alibied for that. So Niles is getting... Okay, we discovered the minister frequented this motel at Holland Park Hotel. So that's where Niles had his affair, at Holland Park Hotel. Half a mile from his Kensington townhouse. Half a mile from his Kensington townhouse. So Niles, where's our sheet on Niles? Okay, so he lives in Kensington townhouse. And do we have that here somewhere? Islington. Kensington. Okay, so there's where Niles lives, in Kensington. Now look, Kensington is near Wessex Square. So I wonder if 41 Wessex Square is where Niles lives. And does this give Niles an alibi? So we know Niles lives in Kensington. We know a person was at 41 Wessex Square. I don't know that we've got Niles's actual address yet, but maybe it's going to come up in the email. But I suspect that that's going to be Niles, and that's going to be Niles's alibi. So if I had to guess, I'm guessing that we're going to get confirmation that Niles is in Wessex Square and that Tony Harbor has an alibi of some sort, which is going to lead us to Rachel as the only one without the alibi. Let's see if I can organize this stuff a little bit better. So I think, unless we've missed something, I think we're going to find the final pieces of alibis on the email and that there aren't for us to find here. But we might as well log into the email now. I think that's what we're working with here. We've got our alibi for Ian Lyle, and we've got a partial alibi for some people we don't know. So let us go and bring up the website and log into our email. All right, so iocusco.uk. All right, so let us go to the internet here. You can see this, right? Okay. So www.iocusco.uk. Drive. Okay, Iocus Insurance. We're told from our page here that the username is George St. John. It's not there. Here we go. George St. John at iocus.co.uk. And we're told the password, all lowercase without spaces, is my grandfather's first name. Where's our sheet here? Okay. So grandfather's first name is Maxim. The year in which Iocus Insurance was founded. So 234 minus 1965. Okay, so 1965 minus 234 years. 1731 is what I get. 1731 plus or minus 1, depending on the date, I guess. And then the last part is the title of the film, which all lowercase is Mountaineer. Okay, let's try that. Maxim 1731 Mountaineer. Okay, so we're in. Here are the emails. Okay. 6 items. Art gazing mag list, notepad page, torn letter, committee report about Tony, and info. Normally we read these from bottom to top. Let's do this. Let's go. Okay. Interview with Rachel Wiseman. Okay. And then what's going on here? Open image. If I click the open image button, no, we just get a full page on it. Okay, let's see. I guess we want it like this, and I'll just zoom up. Okay. Nicola Appleby. For some reason, Rachel Wiseman's piece, Consommé, was too radical a departure from her unique perspective of city life that's made her such a success in the photography world for the last 2 decades. But those who say it's not truly representational of what makes Wiseman such a beloved artist will have more reason to complain, as Consume has been added to the collection and hung on the walls of the Boston Museum of Modern Art. Even though it has its detractors, for many it is a wry look at the nature of advertising and marketing in our urban society. To celebrate this milestone in her career, we sat down to talk about the piece. Congratulations on Consume being hung at the Boston Museum of Modern Art. Thanks. It's quite a change from the shots of the city life you're best known for. What inspired this change of direction? When is this thing? October 1987. Did you notice that? So here she is. This is 22 years after the murder. What inspired the change of direction? I don't think it's too much of a departure from my usual stuff. After all, it's not so much the photos themselves, but the presentation. The 7 photos stacked in rows. and I've been playful and satirical in my art before, but I suppose not to such an extent as with Consume. Perhaps I was a bit worried about being seen as a one-trick pony. After all, nobody wants the public to become bored with their work. You want to stay fresh and innovative. How long did it take to make? Once I had the idea, I did a little mock-up with company logos I cut out of ads in newspapers and magazines. Once I knew the logos I wanted, it was a case of finding them in the wild. It took a while to find a billboard with the brands I wanted, but I was able to get the photos done in a week or so. Oh, this is the work here. This is called Consume. Mock-up plan for Consume. Okay, so notice Consume is spelled with the first letter of each line, an acrostic. Crystal, one globe, New York star, sugar, Consume. That's why it's called Consume. Okay. Oh, it's talking about the acrostic right now. Thankfully, I had some good weather that week. Developing and cutting them up how I wanted to look took slightly longer. What was the inspiration behind it? Well, we all feel bombarded with advertising and branding everywhere, don't we? It's so in your face, yet it also works on that almost subliminal level too. I really wanted to reflect on that and make a statement about it. I don't know, maybe it's not as clever as it could be. It's quite on the nose, but that's also the point in a way. Either way, I hope people would get a kick out of it, and it seems they are, so that's nothing but a good thing. Where did the idea for the acrostic come from? In a way, it's an homage and a tribute to an old friend of mine who died a long time ago. His name was Randall Tomlinson, and we met when we were both Americans living in London. He was a fun character. When I had my first exhibition at the Charabia Gallery, he sent me a letter of congratulations, except he didn't just write congratulations, he hid it away. At first glance, it was just a recipe for coleslaw. Yeah, I mean, we did get that letter, but somehow I remember that being sent by Percy. Where is that letter? Okay, so I guess it was Randall that wrote that letter. I don't know why I remembered it being Percy. So here's the letter she's talking about to Rachel. Okay. He sent me a letter of congratulations, except he didn't just write congratulations, he hid it away. At first glance, it was just a recipe for coleslaw or something, but if you look closely, you'd see what he really meant. He would sometimes hide messages in that way. He used to love hiding messages in his weekly column for the New York Star and Globe. The editor made him provide a weekly column, but he found it such a tedious task to do that sometimes he challenged himself to write it so he could hide a message. So for sure, we need to go back to that weekly column and look for a secret message. Okay. He appeared in several of your London period photos, didn't he? That's right. He only did it as long as I never revealed in public who he was. I suppose it doesn't matter anymore, though. No idea why he was so secretive, although his line of work just often called for investigative journalism. Yeah, I think he was a spy. But let's see if we can get a little deeper here. Perhaps he was hoping to go into that line of work in the future. Your London period ended when he died, isn't that right? Well, I left soon after, if that's what you mean. I hadn't any intention of having distinct periods like Picasso or whoever. I just felt I couldn't stay. The whole Market Hill scene that we were part of, that had developed and became so fun to be a part of, suddenly seemed to crumble instantaneously. I suddenly felt so alone and decided it was best to move on. It was around the time I started a project called Lost in Time. So you don't think of Consume as being a part of a distinct phase of your career? Not particularly. I don't really think of my career as being easily divisible into distinct phases. It's more of a gradual evolution, of which this latest piece is just the next step. I quite like the idea of phases, but it's more of things scholars and critics analyzing my work think of more than I do when making it. It's not to say they're wrong, though. Hell, maybe I should think more in phases. Perhaps it'd help with my development as an artist. Okay, so that's that. And she's definitely pointing us to re-look at Randall's weekly column, which is this one here. We want to look at this before we continue reading the emails. Let's see. So we saw this. We originally thought that there's something going to be coded in here, but it might be more complicated. It doesn't look like an acrostic anymore. Let's see, lots of capitals. One, education. I wonder if I'm starting to think that this is going to be a book code and we're just going to get the numbers in the email rather than try to find codes blindly here. So unless something jumps out to us here, I'm inclined to suspect that we need more information to break this code. All right, so I think if everyone's okay with that, let's approach it that way. Let's see. Synthesizing a couple of thoughts on the chat. Maybe for the weekly column, each numbered section is its own acrostic, but needs to be Caesar ciphered by the number labeling that section. That's an interesting idea. That is interesting idea. You're suggesting that this could be an acrostic, but with a shift of 1. WTD. Okay, that doesn't seem right. If it was -1, we'd have DURB. Y. DURBY. ABS. KW. I don't think so. An interesting idea, but I don't think so. I think it's more likely to be a book code that we're going to get some piece in our email. Okay, let's continue back to our going through our emails here. Notepad page. Here we go. What have we got? So we recognize this paper. Look, it's the same paper that someone wrote to Percy on. Yeah, this is the person writing back to Percy. Actually, it's not the same, is it? Because we don't have the line here. But it is similar to this, but this doesn't have tear off at the top. So maybe we can't be sure what this came from, but let's see. He entered the Holland Park Hotel on 1911 at 23:12, went into room, this is information about Niles, left at 1:06, appeared to be intoxicated, returned to home address 41 Wessex Square, Kensington, half a mile from Holland Park Hotel. Room booked by Natasha Simmons, who lives in a flat at 68 Arkwright Terrace off Market Road. Doorbell label at Arkwright. Address gives real name as Allison Wright. Works in modeling. Only 18 years old. Okay, so here's our big... Now I think our spy story is starting to come together. So the first thing is exactly as we suspected, that our alibi, which we picked up that Kensington, where Niles lives, is near Wessex Square, where the person was police reported checking in at 5:40. So Niles is alibied. He was our best suspect, the disgraced MP, and he's got a timeline alibi. So this piece of information here is confirming that Niles is the person that lives at 41 Wessex. And the person who lives at 41 Wessex is alibied. So that gives Niles a strong alibi. He's cleared from us. Now, the other piece of information here that's interesting is, and this might be handwriting of Randall. We might be able to, but it's the reporting that Randall has done on Niles. I believe this is going to turn out to be Randall's handwriting. Can we confirm that? Do we have any? So if you look at this handwriting, I'll tell you a couple of things that jump out to me. It's all uppercase, but look at the U's. The U's are sort of lowercase U's. Like they have this descender here. What about here on this online version? Not that it's that critical that we know who writes this, but do we have any proof of the U's? Returned. Look at the word returned. There's our lowercase u in a world of uppercases. F looks a little weird too. Look at the F, how low the second line is on the F, and then look at it here, how low the second line is on the F. So I think what we've got here is we can identify this as being Randall's notes as he's doing his reporting about Niles. And he has identified the 18-year-old model who's having an affair is probably a Russian spy creating compromise. It's Natasha, well, or an American spy for that matter, Natasha Simmons, whose real name is Allison Wright. I mean, this is my secondary suspicion that Jonathan's instinct about this being spycraft is correct. But I suppose that's not important for now. 68 Arkwright. It would not be surprising to me if she was turned out to be the murderer. Off Market Road. But this could just be... She might not be involved in any other way. This information just could be giving us... This document could just be important about 41 Wessex. Okay, so there's that. Good. Good. Next up. Torn letter. What's this about? November 1st, 1965. Hello, Uncle. I have bad news for you. Looks like maybe Jonathan... Huh. This is information about our code. Let's see. There are missing pieces here. They haven't recovered all of it. And the month is not a real month. Okay, let's see if we can figure this out. Well, Uncle, I have bad news for you. Victor, realize what's quarreling. I typed it by myself. I'll write you again next something. Your nephew, Sam. It's a little kid writing this. Is this our client? No, our client is George St. John. It's a kid writing this. Well, Uncle. And there's letters being written on the side. AHOABDE. Okay. So we've got letters. Let's see if we can take a screenshot of this. Okay, we've got letters. If you look at the letters A, B, D, F, it certainly looks like they're going in order. Like A, B, then the C is missing, D, maybe the E is missing, F, G is missing, then H, I is missing, then we have J, K, L, M, N is missing, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. So look what's happened. It's a substitution cipher where the words, each word tells us the first letter of that word, how it maps. So A goes to V, B goes to M, D goes to O, E goes to an unknown, F goes to R, H goes to Q. I think that's what we're looking at. You take a message, you write the alphabet A, B, C, D, E in front of each word, and that gives you a substitution cipher. I think that's what we're looking at here. So we might be looking for a message with at least 26 words in it. 26 different words, although you might skip if you got a duplicate. But we don't know who this is to and from, though. Nephew Sam. Who is our Sam? Who is Sam? And where would we find this message? Is that what we should be looking for in here? Um, Hope you've got, I typed it all by myself. I'll write you again next month. Well, maybe we'll get a separate message in the next email. Sam could be for American. Uncle Sam, not nephew Sam. Well, that's an interesting point. What do you think about my theory about how to decode a message? I have something for you. Okay, well, let's see if we get a subsequent letter here. I don't know what month this is supposed to be, though. December. December, is that it? December? But spelled wrong because it's a little kid? Or maybe it's just made to look like a little kid. All right, let's close this. Very interesting. Committee report. Pan Global Exports. This is our business card we have. Pan Global Exports, investigated by ICFI, Pan Global Exports Corporate Oversight Committee's report. Pan Global Exports, PGE, was founded in 1951, offering international freight and shipping services. Their main headquarters are in New York City, but they have a regional district offices in London, Hamburg, Rio de Janeiro, Tangiers, and Singapore. The company was founded by Patrick Rigg, who remains as CEO today. This investigation was opened up by the ICFI, led by the Corporate Oversight Committee, following reports that PGE was lying about the size of their fleet of cargo ships, and this was a potential attempt to defraud investors. As part of our investigation, 2 sessions were held, the first on Friday, December 10, 1965, 3 days before the murder, after which the committee reconvened after the weekend. These sessions were held at the COC office in Washington, D.C. Present to give evidence at these sessions were members of the PGE board, both domestic and international, including Patrick Rigg, CFO Guy Harris, and all managers of all overseas offices. So there we go. There is meant to be our alibi for Tony Harbour, who was a European manager. So our next suspect, Tony Harbour, is now alibied. Can't be in 2 places at the same time. So he's alibied in New York City. So that's it. So only Rachel doesn't have an alibi. Okay, let's keep going here. PGE claimed in last year's shareholder meeting that it had 13 ships in its fleet. However, an investigation by the New York Star and Globe revealed that only 6 ships had actually been registered as having docked in a port the last year. PGE was able to account for all 13 ships, but did confess that only 6 were currently in active service. Said Mr. Rigg, "We're committed to maintaining the PGE fleet and ensuring that Pan Global Exports only continues to grow. However, we have begun to face setbacks in recent times due to changes in how international shipping works. The new container-based ships and ports have rendered several of our older ships completely obsolete. We're working on adapting our vessels where possible to be compatible with container-based shipping." European PGE office based in London had been able to secure a shipyard in Lithuania to complete the upgrades. When asked why they had gone behind the Iron Curtain to have this work done, the European manager told the committee, "We're committed to keeping costs down whenever possible to ensure the profits are as high as can be for our investors. We found the particular shipyard we used was the one that could deliver us the cheapest price for the upgrades we required. And let us assure everyone here that just because the costs were low does not mean any corners were cut. Ultimately, investigations into the unaccounted for ships led the committee to believe that PGE had indeed been lying about the size of its fleet, since the ships not currently in active service were deemed not to be undergoing upgrades in line with what PGE alleged. The committee ruled that PGE had broken fraud laws and had revoked their license to operate in the United States." Okay, well, all of this is nice flavor, but it's really just served to tell us that Tony Harbor can't be a suspect. He was out of town. Okay, any disagreement with that? Then let's go more about Tony. What have we got here? Got a PDF file, huh? Okay. Among the files I gave you, the name Tony Harbor stands out as something of an enigma. From what I could gather from the files, he did seem to know Tomlinson in some capacity, so I tried to find out more about him in the hopes that it might shed some light on the murder. I couldn't find Harbor himself, but I did track down Millie French, an old flame of his. I approached her for information, and she agreed to meet me to answer questions I had about Tony. I typed up a transcript of the recording I took. George St. John, this is our client. Transcript of the questions I asked Millie French. When did you first meet Tony Harbor? She says, in 1965, last spring, I think either late May or early June, he came into the bookshop where I was working at the time and asked if we had a first edition of Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde by Robert Louis Stevenson. I remember the book distinctly because in his accent it sounded like Mr. Hyde. It came out so out of the blue. While we did occasionally get tourists in the shop, for the most part the accents of the customers were all pretty alike. He came in a few times, always asking for particular editions. He was a collector, you see, a bibliophile. I guess I caught his eye because after coming into the shop a few times, he asked me out. So was he looking for these books so he could send codes? Is he a spy? What was he like? He was a very charming fellow. I remember being impressed by how many business trips around Europe he had to take. This was still when flying was out of the monetary reach of most people. One time he even took me with him. We went to Copenhagen. I was the first person in my family to fly on an airplane. I was worried people might think I was only going out with him for the luxury of it all, but that wasn't it at all. He wasn't that rich, really. He just worked for a big company and got to travel a lot. He was a manager. How wealthy was he? He didn't live in a mansion or anything. He lived in a townhouse in Elgin Crescent, a stone's throw from Market Hill. It was perhaps a bigger house than a man who lived alone needed, but then he did use one of the bedrooms as an office. Do you remember him ever interacting with a man named Randall Tomlinson? I'm sorry, I don't know anything about Randall Tomlinson. He might have been a friend of Tony's. Tony didn't really have that many friends. He wasn't very sociable. Not that he was unfriendly. He wasn't. He just didn't engage with people that much. However, I do remember one occasion when we were walking down Market Hill Road and Tony stopped by a basement flat to slip an envelope through the letterbox. He said it was a little present for one of his American friends. That was the drop-off of the cash. Okay, so for sure that was a drop-off of cash that Randall had in his apartment. Remember what the letter was? Yes, I had seen it in his office before he sealed it. It's just a big bundle of cash. I was just walking past the office. I looked in and there it was on the desk. I didn't ask him about it, though. It wasn't my business, and I didn't want him to think I was prying or being nosy. Was Tony being blackmailed? She says, I have no idea. I don't know what he could be blackmailed about. When did the relationship end? That year, 1965. He had to go on a business trip to America, but he never came back. I remember when he left, he took the opportunity while he was out of town. I took the opportunity to buy him a Christmas present, but then I never had the chance to give it to him because he seemed to suddenly vanish off the face of the earth. The only memory I have of Tony is his business card. You're welcome to take it. Thank you. Is there anything else you think I should know? No, I've since moved on with my life and tried to forget about him. I see. Well, thank you for your time, Miss French. You're welcome. I wish you the best of luck with your investigation. So we know that this guy, Tony, who sounds like a spy, is the one who dropped off the money. And he said just a gift. Present for one of my American friends. But he seems to have an alibi. He's not the killer. Not clear why he's giving Randall money. Maybe Randall was blackmailing him, but he seems to be in good spirits about it. Okay. Let's finish with the email here. Then we'll take a break. Start. I'll keep this drive up to date as best I can. I guess we should have started here. And if I find anything interesting, I'll edit below. The torn letter and the notepad page were both found inside Randall's briefcase. I imagine they were both in one piece before the train came along. I was able to source the committee report through a contact that I have in the insurance industry. Okay, so the notepad and the torn letter were in Randall's briefcase. So they were to Randall, presumably, that letter with the code information. So it looks like the chat is thinking that maybe that letter from the son, from the nephew, could actually be the code, not a system that I identified, but a code. Seems unlikely to me. I like it better as a system that we have to find another letter to run it on. Possibly. Maybe we should double check that the letter is not the key. Someone sent him the letter, uses that to write the coded acrostic. I think you might have a good point there. So if I understand what you're trying to say is you're saying someone has written him this letter. He has noted on it the substitution cipher. A goes to V, B goes to M, or vice versa. And then you're saying he gets this in the 1st of December, and he uses that to write this, which is on 13 December. So if we look at the acrostic for this, I don't know if we do it here, then K is H. Would help if we, well, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll take a break here. We'll come back. I think we may have enough right now to rule out all the suspects, Rachel. So we may be ready to move on past part 1. But maybe we'll work on this a little bit. We'll take a break first. We'll write out what the substitution cipher is, and then we'll look through the weekly column and see if we can't make sense of it as a substitution cipher acrostic or something like that. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. We've got our theory here that our letter here is a instructions for a substitution cipher sent to Randall. Now keep in mind this confirms our theory that Randall is a spy, because this is a pretend letter that's pretending it's coming from his nephew, but really is instructions on a key to use to send messages. So I've written down now that translation, that substitution cipher. I've done it in both directions. So if you look at the letter, we think A goes to V. So A goes to V, but I've also done it in reverse. V goes to A, because we're not sure which is encryption, which is decryption. We're missing a couple of letters where the paper got torn. I think there's one of them that you can almost see. It's the I and J, but I think we won't worry about trying to figure out those missing ones for now. Let's just see if this is good enough. And what we suspect is that it's in his weekly columns. So the question is now, do we think it's only in these paragraphs or in these paragraphs? We're just going to experiment a little bit, I guess. So let's see. Let's experiment with the idea that it's an acrostic starting with K, G, T. So if we go this way, we get H, blank, K, F goes to R, C goes to blank, Y goes to F. That does not look right. Can I zoom out a little bit? Okay, so now let's try going the other direction. K goes to T. G goes to O. T goes to blank. F goes to Y. C goes to blank. Y goes to S. V goes to A. E goes to M. G goes to O. S goes to blank. X goes to blank. Well, that looks promising. Like Tony. Do we have a mapping to an N? We don't. That's all the more likely that it seems like our third letter T might map to an N. Let's write it here in red. So we think we're dealing with this column now. And we think if this says Tony, that this is likely T goes to N. And if this is an I, Tony is the fourth missing letter F, and not F, fifth letter C. Is this an I? Do we have any other I's? No. There it is. Tony is AM something something. Okay, we're filling in these missing letters by context. Okay, so let's leave these. I think this is going to be mole, L-E. Let me just see if those are missing letters. They are, in fact. There's no L and no E. So I think what we're going to find out is that S goes to an L and that X goes to an E. Tony is a mole. Okay, we've got more letters filled in. So let's keep going. QX is HE. Tony is a mole, he, and then we've got S, and K is T, C is our new I, S is our L, still, Q, V becomes H, A, and Y He still has, okay, well, we've definitely got this code. Tony is a mole. He still has VWX A blank E. He still has, let's keep going. A goes to T, S goes to L, C goes to I, Y goes to S. He still has, did I translate this wrong? This feels like client list or something. He still has accent. Accent. Gonna be a C. Gonna be a C. So let's see. Let me get this right. V. Where was I? He's still SSH AS AW is gonna turn into a C, I think. He still has A. No, that's two C's in accent, so that doesn't work. What is this letter I'm missing? Agent list G. Thank you. Not C. G. Okay, that's a little better. Okay, he's still HAS AGENT agent, and then LIS. Okay, and then we've got KVW, which is TAG XTK EXT agent list agent YVB becomes SAR. That was agent list. All right. Agents are, oh, are we getting a full agents list here? Is he going to list out the agents now? Okay, so we're here at this is at our 1 mark. Oh my God, he's going to give us a list of 4 agents. Is that what's happening? 4 agents we're going to get a list of now? Whoa, that's serious. Okay. Education. Okay, here's agent 1. E goes to we don't know. B goes to A. S goes to L. C goes to I. Z goes to P. BCT becomes RB, RN. What have I done? BCT LX. I guess we know who this is, don't we? I feel like we know this name. Is it the... Let's just leave it unfinished for now. I think that's one of our people. 2. Xenophilia, xenophobia. So E M I K. I wish I had a better way to track where we are here. Okay. E-M-I-K. Then X goes to E. P goes to M. V goes to A. J goes to we don't know. D goes to W. X goes to E. And then L. S goes to LL. So it looks like Mike Maxwell. Did I do this? Maybe the xenophobia, Agent X, Agent E, or something. Mike Maxwell. This is going to be Ali Prince. My first letter might not be relevant to us. Okay. Here's our third one. Economics. We don't know what the first E stands for, but LQV becomes we don't know. HA. BSX becomes RLE. YNT becomes SUN. WVB becomes GAR. For defense, that's the W for D, which probably is not useful. AGB becomes JOR. OVT, BAN. And then, I guess we're continuing here. MBG becomes BRO. GHY becomes OK. Jordan Brooks. Okay, so this is going to be Charles Unger. So 3, the letter we don't have a match to, L, is going to be matching to C for Charles Unger. Jordan Brooks is 4th agent. 3rd agent, Charles Unger. 2nd agent is Mike Maxwell. Does that mean we now know what the X is? MIKE MAXJ turns into X. Mike Maxwell. And then probably this is going to be Ali Prince. We already know an L goes to C, so let me see if that works. VSC. Z goes to P. B goes to R. I, N, C, E. Yes, okay. So there we have it. We've filled in the complete alphabet except for the letter E, which by process of elimination, we should know what it is, but we don't need to know it. And he's actually passed on the full agent list. Charles Unger, Jordan Brooks, Mike Maxwell, and Ali Prince. Let's check in with the chat now. Noah says, how the actual heck are you doing this without opening part 2? Dorf says, I dig the pre-made alphabet cipher shift, paper ready to go, which is what we're using here. We definitely read about Mike Maxwell before. Mike Maxwell was the contact in the NATO article. So it's not that, let me address this for a second. Noah's saying, how are you doing this without reading part 2? It's not that we didn't expect that maybe we have enough for part 2 and that maybe part 2 will make this decryption easier, but we want to figure out everything we can when we can. So we don't want to get given the information. We don't want to be given more hints if we can figure it out. Okay, so now we have this list. Some of these names are new to us, but Jonathan is saying one of these is not new to us, at least. And that's Mike Maxwell. So if we look up the journalist discussion where we're told about that, let's see. Here. Ian Lyle works at the London Evening Chronicle. He's been working on a story about NATO operations in the UK, but was having difficulty locating a key source, Mike Maxwell. Apparently, he's a Yank. He asks Tomlinson over a drink if he knows anything about Maxwell, but Tomlinson says he doesn't. A couple of days ago, then Lyle sees an article, NATO article. So I guess with our Mike Maxwell might be our prime suspect, though, although we don't see exactly why. But we're going to put Randall contact on NATO. So let's think this through for a second. Randall is a spy. We now know that. He's communicating with someone about an agent list. What does he say? He says, Tony's a mole. He still has an agent list. The agents are... Tony's a mole. He still has an agent list. What were we told about Tony? It's still in this interview, isn't it? Because he gets brought up as a suspect. Let's read this again. A couple of months ago, we ran a story on the government's new migration policy about visa. I tracked down this one American guy. It's another American. They're all American spies. Tony Harbor, who worked in shipping. Randall told me he'd seen him around his area no more than a few occasions, was worried particular lead might come close to him. I think he was overreacting, but we had enough testimonies from other people that we didn't need Harbor's. Randall knew where he lived. I wouldn't be surprised if Randall was blackmailing him, but we know that that's not the case anymore. He's getting information from him. And he's giving him money. A little, I'm not sure, I'm not sure I fully grasp. It does make sense, though, that if what's happened is that they're possibly all spies, or at least Percy and Randall are spies, and Randall has been killed by someone who's trying to frame the girl, and Percy is taking the blame for it. Jonathan says, The fact that he's been ID'd as a mole seems to line up with him disappearing, either hiding or eliminated. I agree with that. I'm just not quite 100% sure, like, who is he a mole for? Is he... They're all American, but, like, what is this, a list? Agent list. Still not 100% following what the motivation to kill Tony Randall is. Not Tony Randall, but Randall Tomlinson. But I think we're ready to end part 1 here. So let's go to our... I mean, we're ready to look at the question at least. Let's try to keep our stuff organized here. Okay, so what do we want here? We want to see what it wants from us for objective part 1. Okay, so let's get this in front of us here. Cryptic Killers market suspect. Okay, let's go and do part 1. Let's see what this is, and then perhaps we'll talk about what we want, what we understand here. Jonathan says, I'm not sure if Percy is a spy. I'm a bit confused how he became part of this club. You're right. We don't have any evidence that Percy was a spy. We know Randall was, though. And is he helping out? What's happened here? I didn't like that I typed that in. Cryptic Killers market suspect. Try this. Okay, who's our main suspect? Kind of a tricky question, isn't it? Okay, well, it's only given us the 4. So clearly it wants us to say Rachel. All the others have an alibi. Right? Unless we're completely misunderstanding the alibi of, well, we don't have to even go that far. We've alibied 3 of our 4 suspects. We're only asked to choose which of the 4 make the most sense. The reason we know we can't be misunderstanding Tony's alibi, I think, is that we've got nothing to clear Rachel. So it feels like the answer has to be Rachel here. DJ Moneycut says, seems a little premature for Percy to confess since the police seem to have no idea who the killer is. I tend to agree with you. That's why I'm a little put off by it, but maybe we don't have to figure it out. All right, does anyone object to saying that Rachel Wiseman is our main suspect? Let's see. As I said in my original letter, I believe there are 4 main suspects, other than Percy, of course. Now that you've reviewed the information, who do you think killed Randall? Well, I mean, that's an awkward question because we don't think Rachel killed Randall. But maybe it's as simple as saying that Rachel did, but she did it because she's a Russian spy or something. I don't know. It's a little weird, but I wish you didn't ask us like this. It's sort of asking us, who do we think killed? And we're not sure about it, but like all the evidence points to her. Noah says, reread the note. Please be careful, Noah, not to give us any hint. But okay, let's not read this page. Let's read this. Your objective for part 1 is to read all the evidence in this envelope, as well as the online evidence. I believe the main suspects are these four. If one of these does not have an alibi, we may have found our killer. Please update me with your findings by completing the form. This will come straight through to me. Okay, well, that doesn't seem to answer my question, but the one that doesn't have an alibi seems Rachel, so it feels like Rachel is our answer. But I don't like that this question on this web page is saying, tell me who you think killed Randall. And we're not really sure about that, but okay. That's okay, that's okay. The rest of the channel is not chiming in on this, like you want to leave me to bear the brunt of it. But can we get Jonathan Warner and the rest of the people who've been playing to get on the record here and agree to put in Rachel Wiseman? Ian Weil is alibied in Warwick. That's pretty hard proof. Niles Goodwin is alibied in Kensington townhouse address. That's strong. This one, he got called back. He disappeared. So that's our guy. So Rachel Wiseman. Okay, so Jonathan is reluctantly agreeing that the game wants us to say Rachel. So here we go. Submit. So you think it was Rachel. Rachel was my initial thought too. All the other suspects appear to have an alibi, and Rachel certainly seems to have a motive and a moped. While you've been busy working on that, I managed to gather some more information. Things are beginning to get a bit unusual now. Please open envelope 2. I've included instructions for what to do next on the front and back of the envelope. Okay, so I'm not thrilled with that part, but I would have rather it say who doesn't have a good alibi. But, okay, it's time to open envelope 2. Let's see how much information is in envelope 2. We've got a lot of stuff we're working with here. If we can't arrange it a little better. All right. I wonder if it would have had that answer no matter what we put in. Like, oh, you think it's this person? No, I think if we did anyone else, it was going to say they have an alibi. Is there a creature flying around, or is it just my imagination? All right, well, we've got 11 items in here in this envelope. So less than before, but a healthy amount. We've been playing for 4.5 hours. I think we can solve it tonight. Got a couple hours left. Okay, let's see what we've got here. It's from George St. John, 5th of August, so a couple days later. Here's the additional evidence I promised you. I'm limited for time, so I have no idea if this supports your findings from earlier on. You may find it useful to cross-reference this new information with the evidence from before. I've been helping to clear out my uncle's old house since his passing. I've come across a few things that might be of importance. First, a letter with photograph attached, which had been shoved into a drawer. It had no name or address on it, so I have no idea who wrote it. And as it is typewritten, there's no way to check it against any handwriting sample. Presumably, my uncle would have had an inkling as to the author's identity, but alas, he isn't here to tell me. I'd also like to bring your attention to a letter my uncle wrote to me, admitting his confession was a lie. In the letter, he also mentioned declassified intelligence documents. This was all news to me. Through a friend of a friend, I was able to contact someone who knew how to access these documents. Don't ask me who it was or how they were able to access it. I can't tell you. Anyway, Uncle Percy also passed on a book called Spies of London by Frederick Miller, bookmarked to a specific page. It talks about intelligence agents living and working in Market Hill at the time Percy was living there. I wondered if it was possible my uncle was wrapped up in all that, so I approached Mr. Miller to see if he had any more information. Mr. Miller was very kind and passed on some materials he had uncovered in his research that he thought might be of use. It's staggering to think my uncle might have been a spy or aided intelligence work in some way, but then again, it was the 1960s, the height of the Cold War. I think that's as far as I'm going to get with this. I don't have any other leads to follow up on. Now that you have all the information, I'm hopeful you'll be able to find the true identity of the killer. When you think you know who the killer is, head over to this page and submit it. Okay. So let's make our evidence 2 here. Let's just remind you, here are the people we're dealing with. Okay, here's the typewritten letter to Percy. Dear Percy, thanks for taking the fall back then. Part of me regrets how I acted, but I had no choice. Randall deserved to die. He was a traitor. I'm sorry I can't say more. I know that I will never be able to repay you for all the years you served, but here's a token gesture. It's a photo taken on that day in December. I know this will mean a lot to you. Take some time to reflect upon it. You realize I'm not who you think I am. You'll realize and reflect on it. Okay, so thanks for taking the fall. Randall deserved to die. He was a traitor. Okay, so now I think we're getting the picture that Randall has leaked the name of the American spies to the paper, to his contact, maybe a Russian, and he's gotten the information from Tony, who's a mole. So Randall was a spy, and I think maybe this is going to mean that Rachel was also a spy. Randall was a double agent, I think, revealing the American agent names. And Percy is taking the fall for maybe Rachel did do it, but Rachel did it on behalf of a spy agency, and he took the fall maybe. Okay. She's included a photo. Well, we don't know who it is. Okay, so let's see. Let's find that photo. So is this the photo? Christmas lecture, guest speaker, Dr. Wilkins. Today, British Yard, 2 feet, 1 foot. Reflect on it. So remember, we heard about this scientific article in the paper. Huh. Here's a photo taken on that day. I know this will mean a lot to you. Take some time to reflect on it. So here it is. It's her in the reflecting on it. So look, it's a picture. It's her reflection in the clock. She's taking a picture of herself at this time. So this is going to be her alibi. We know where this was from our newspaper article. Greenwich Observatory announces Christmas lecture. All right, that's the article. That's the lecture at Prince's University on Monday, December 13th. That's the day of the murder. Here she is taking the photo at this time. And what time is it? 5:45? It's a weird clock, but I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then the minutes are here. What is that minute meant to be telling us? There's 60, there's 50. So she's in Greenwich at 5:45 a.m. Look at this is a.m. versus p.m., right? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And then here's this is the evening hours are here. It's like a 24-hour clock. And here she is at 5:50 or so at this lecture as her alibi. All right, so now Rachel is actually alibied. And she's saying, you took the fall for me, but take a look at this. You'll see I wasn't actually the person who did it. It's a shame she couldn't help him get out of jail then. All right. All right, that's pretty cool. So it wasn't Rachel. So it was someone making it look like Rachel or something. But let's see why. What is this piece of evidence? So here's a letter that Percy wrote to George, which is our client. I write this knowing that I have very little time left, and I suppose before I go, I should get the record straight regarding the whole Randall Tomlinson affair. Ever since that cold December day, I've been thinking about what I did, about what happened to Tomlinson, and what I did afterwards. Ever since leaving prison, I've kept those facts to myself, not wanting to relive a painful past, and because I wanted to get on with my life and not face charges of perverting the course of justice. I thought it was easier that way, and in a sense it was. But I know people are forever curious, so I might as well get the facts down while I still can, so that the truth does not die with me. Since you have been the one who chased the truth most doggedly, I leave this letter to you. It all began because I had what I suppose you might call a crush on a woman named Rachel Wiseman. As these things go, she didn't reciprocate. She had a thing, or at least I thought she had a thing, for this man named Randall Tomlinson. But that unrequited love, that passion where you do absolutely anything for them, makes people act in strange ways, or at least it did with me. Tomlinson had been taking advantage of her affections in a way I thought was abhorrent. I tried to encourage her to do something about it. I met her in the evening on the day before and told her to teach him a lesson. This was the channel's theory, that he felt a special guilt, like Macbeth, for encouraging her to teach him a lesson, and then he thought she killed him. I think I might have even told her to kill him. It's been so long now, I can't remember if I told her that or just wanted to tell her that. I definitely thought about telling her that. It seemed like the perfect solution. Rachel wouldn't stand up to the person taking advantage of her feelings, and I'd have her for myself. When I slept it off, I went round to her flat to try and stop her, or at least apologize for raising the idea, but I couldn't find her. When the evening papers reached the newsstands, I discovered the horrible news that Randall had been pushed in front of a tube train. Immediately I thought Rachel had done it. I guess I panicked. Partly I felt somewhat to blame for putting the idea into her head, and maybe there was also some foolish notion of chivalry, of wanting to protect her from having to go to prison. Perhaps I then convicted myself of wanting another man dead, and then feeling bad when it all came true. I guess all these things added up, and in the end I confessed to Tomlinson's murder. I knew in the back of my head that what I was doing was wrong, but I suppose I just wanted her to notice what I was doing for her. I guess I considered it an incredibly noble thing to do. Foolish now looking back at it, especially considering it didn't work. From what I gather, she left London not long after, deciding to travel the world, continuing her photography in cities around the globe. Friends of mine were very kind and always sent me prints of her work. I wanted to meet her when I got out, but I learned she was no longer living in the UK, and the conditions of my release from prison forbid me from leaving the country. Boy, this is sad. Did Rachel actually do it? I suppose you'll have to work that out for yourself. From what I've read, it seems there was a lot of intelligence gathering going on in that neck of the woods, all taking place right under my nose. It's all emerging now that all of the information is being declassified. I'm not particularly interested in any of it anymore. It's all in the past, though I shall leave you a book I once read, which you may find interesting. Anyway, while it might be callous to say, Randall Tomlinson deserved to die. Not that I want to be callous about it, but I don't think the passage of time has made me any more sympathetic to that man than I was back in the 60s. So long with love, Percy St. John. Okay, and then we've got some declassified items. 5 of them. A page from this book. Let's read this first. Page from Frederick Miller's book. As the 1960s began, however, a new hub of American intelligence started to emerge in West London. I don't know if this is true or not. Declassified materials have uncovered that, in particular, Market Hill became the center of intelligence agent activity, with several agents taking up residence there. From what this author has gathered, the reason for this was its convenient location, with Market Hill a short trip on the central line away from the American Embassy in Grosvenor Square, where some intelligence work was carried out. Also, with Market Hill already an international community, it was easy for American intelligence agents to blend in. There is no evidence to suggest that living in this area was an official mandate from intelligence officials. While the identity of the spy ring was kept under wraps for the most part, its existence did begin to leak out. In particular, the investigative journalist Neil Albin tried to uncover the ring and managed to learn the identity of one of its senior members, Charles Unger. Where's our list? He's on it for sure. Where did I put our list? Okay, there's Charles Unger. Charles Unger, aka 592003, it is believed that the first 5 digits were assigned to all American spies working in the Market Hill area. The last digit would distinguish the individual. Unger, also known to those close to him as Charlie, Chuck, or Chip, was second in command of the London Bureau of the AIA from 1961 to 1966 before being promoted to its head. He served as bureau head for 5 years before stepping down. Notice Charles Unger was under heading 3 in the newspaper that was revealed. So there was his number 3. Albin was also able to uncover some information on a covert assassin known simply as 4. 4 is Jordan Brooks, but his investigations were put on an abrupt halt. He claims the newspaper's lawyers were worried his investigation fell afoul of the Official Secrets Act. Despite the investigation ending, he managed to hold on to some photos taken with a microscopic camera, which he believes is how 4 was given orders. Said orders would be hidden on the front of an envelope sent to 4 and delivered in the post without anyone knowing. The entire message shrunk down to fit inside a comma, approximately 1 millimeter in diameter. Figure 1 is a photo of a microdot message, approximately 1 millimeter wide, originally hidden within a comma. Photo taken by Albin with his microscopic camera. So, December 13, Mike Maxwell, Market Hill, London, December 13, Mike Maxwell, Market Hill Road, 64A. That's the address where Randall Tomlinson lived. Right? 64A, Market Hill Road, London, December 13, Mike Maxwell. Now, why is Mike Maxwell being... Mike Maxwell was agent, the second agent. He was Randall's contact. But the assassin is Jordan Brooks, number 4. I can't tell if this is just a sample microdot or the microdot. It's December 13th, so it's clearly the relevant one. So I wonder if this is saying, like, kill both of these people. Not kill both of these people. Mike Maxwell is one of the agent's spies, and Jordan Brooks is the assassin, which he believes is how 4 was given orders. Oh, because maybe Mike Maxwell is believed to be a double agent as well? Because he's Randall's contact? Okay, but I think they're telling the assassin to kill Randall, which he did. I'm not sure why Mike Maxwell is being included here. Does anyone have any theories about that? These are real, by the way, these micro dots that are shrunk to a tiny size that you can't even read them without a microscope. Spies really did pass information that way. Okay, so, but our 4 is our assassin. This is likely to be the real murderer. Jordan Brooks. I'm just not sure why Mike Maxwell's name is put in here. He is another agent, but he was Randall's contact to some extent. Okay, let's read these things and see if we can't make sense out of it. Look what these are. They're from 59-201. So they're from Charles Unger. Let's sort them in order. December 5th, December 1st, December 13th, October, November. Okay, we're going to read them in order here. So these are newly declassified. They're being sent from Charles Unger, the #1 spy, American spy. Sent 25 October. We've lost contact with 3 of our undercover agents in East Germany. We believe they have been captured by the authorities. For 3 of our agents to have been captured so quickly, it suggests that one of our agents is a mole, leaking secret information to the enemy. It is imperative we find out who it is and put a stop to it. We've long had suspicions that the company Pan Global Exports is a cover for Soviet intelligence. We've delayed taking action to shut down this company because we've been working on getting a mole for ourselves. I have been analyzing which of their employees would be most susceptible to being turned to our side. I think I'm getting close to finding our man. Okay, so it's all falling into place now. So the person that Randall puts in the paper and says, Randall puts in the paper that says Tony is a mole. He still has agent list. What he's saying is that Tony is working for the Americans now. And the Americans have turned him into a mole. But one of their agents, one of these 4, is leaking information to the Russians, to the Germans, and it's going to be Mike Maxwell, who Randall is friends with. So that's what it is. John says, I still don't get why Tony would be giving money to Randall. I'm not 100% sure. Maybe because he's being blackmailed. I don't know yet. But I think that's what's happening here. So Randall has sent to his handlers in Eastern Germany information that Tony can't be trusted. He's a mole for the Americans. And now it makes sense why that dot says Mike Maxwell. I think they've got instructions to like kill Mike Maxwell and Randall. Okay, let's keep going here. November 23. Agent 3, who's... Oh, wait, I have Agent 1 is Ali Prince. I don't know why I said Charles Unger was #1. I need to reread this now. Who's our Agent 1? One of its senior members. #3 was Charles. Okay, #3 was Charles. #1 is Ali Prince. Okay, so Charles Unger's managed to successfully convert one of the KGB agents in London over to our side. American citizen by birth, KGB recruited him 10 years ago. He has since grown disillusioned with the spy game. We promised him a return to America and a pardon in exchange for becoming a double agent and continuing to work for us, targeting the PGE network. This agent will be referred to as Agent X from here on. Okay, so Agent X is going to be Tony Harbor. Agent X manages and coordinates agents who gather intelligence. He also organized payments to them in return for their work. That's why he was paying. He passes the information they gather back to his superiors in the USSR. That's why he was dropping off money for Randall, because Randall is a Russian agent. And Tony, while under the auspices of being a loyal Russian agent, is paying off Randall, but he's really a double agent working for the U.S. Agent X informed us that the individual leaking our secret intelligence to the enemy is Agent 2, Mike Maxwell, which is exactly what we thought, right? This is what we concluded. That's why he's on that microdot. He's leaking info to Russians. He's the American agent who got the rest of them killed. Agent X informed us the individual leaking our secret intelligence to the enemy is Agent 2. According to Agent X, he meets 2 at a station on the London Underground. That's what we... where 2 provides the information rolled up in fake cigarettes. This is what we talked about. This is when Jonathan had his first idea that there's spies involved. And I agreed that the meeting with the cigarettes seemed very suspicious. Agent X would ask him for a spare cigarette, to which Agent 2 would kindly oblige. Nobody would think anything of it. One of the pieces of information Agent 2 recently passed over to Agent X was a list of our agents currently active in the Market Hill area. Agent X has kept it instead of passing it on to his superiors at the KGB. Our identities remain secure for the time being. Are we led to believe that Mike Maxwell is Randall? And that's why he doesn't want his photo identified, because he knows he's operating under 2 names? Because this is suggesting that Tony is meeting with Agent 2 on the underground by asking for cigarette. And I think that means Mike Maxwell is Randall, which explains this. This is saying the name Mike Maxwell lives at 64A Market Street, which is Randall's address. So Randall is Mike Maxwell, the agent, who's really working for the Russians. They think they're safe here, but we're going to find out soon that they're not. Agent X has provided us with a copy of a letter that his KGB superiors asked him to pass on to Agent 2. Agent X is under the impression that it provides the clue to cracking this month's cipher, though he doesn't know how. He is set to work decoding it. There is a growing concern that Agent 2 is leaking too much information. And if Agent 2 ever gets wise to Agent X swapping sides, he might try to alert his KGB superiors in a code only those in the know could break. So breaking his code could be majorly beneficial. We are sending you a copy of the letter in case your code breakers are able to do it more quickly. This can be found at the base of this message. Agent X will be sent back to America shortly. They will be traveling under the guise of the PGE European manager for a company meeting on the 10th. We expect to obtain critical information from the meeting. So this is the torn up message that we already got. So this would fill us in on the letters we didn't know how to decode because they're blank. So A goes to V, B goes to M, C goes to L, and so on, or vice versa. And this was the fake torn up message that we reconstructed on our own, even with the gaps. Okay, next letter comes December 5. Next message from Ali Prince, the number Agent 1. Message received and understood. We cannot have any more sensitive information leaked. Agent 2 will therefore be liquidated by December 13th at the latest. Please have Agent 3 contact Agent 4 in the usual way, requesting they get the job done. Have them send the message on the dot. Okay, that's exactly what we said. These are instructions to kill Mike Maxwell, a.k.a. Randall Tomlinson, at Tomlinson's address. Okay, here's the final telegram sent on the day of the murder. Urgent. The identity of our covert agents has been compromised by Agent 2, Mike Maxwell, Randall Tomlinson. Agent 2 has learned that Agent X never passed on the agent list to the KGB. Agent X had previously told us how Agent 2 would attempt to convey this news if he ever discovered Agent X had betrayed him. We have uncovered a message Agent 2 sent covertly to his superiors. Although this message would have been read by thousands of people, only his superiors would have known what it meant. Thankfully, Agent X was able to gather intelligence from the KGB on how the cipher works before he left for America, so we were able to decrypt the message. We're not sure when the message from Agent 2 will reach the KGB contacts in Washington, but because Agent X doesn't know his cover is blown, sending him to today's meeting to get more information will still be beneficial. Please advise on the next steps now that our cover in Market Hill has been blown. To confirm, Agent 4 has followed through with your request. Mission complete. Now, the real question is, why did Agent 4 try to make it look like that girl did it? Okay, so we have one piece of evidence left, then we'll take a break and come back and talk about it and solve it. Spies of London and the Microdot, can you help? From Freddie Miller at GoCompupost.com on August 4th. Hi, George. Glad to hear you enjoyed my book. I'm glad to say you're in luck. I can be of help. During my research, I met Neil Alban, and he was very useful to me. He was disgruntled that the newspaper editors put the kibosh on his story back in the day and was glad he could finally get the truth out. He was so hopeful this day would come that he kept the photos he took of the microdot. He knew it was important evidence worth holding on to. He passed the photos on to me so I could tell the story. How did he come by it? Well, as he told me, he had been suspicious of Charles Unger. Trying to find out more, he decided to covertly surveil him, and in doing so found out which postbox he posted letters with. With that information, Alban followed the postman back to the sorting office. With the help of a few bribes paid to the right people, he managed to get access to Unger's letter. With his microscope camera, he was able to take multiple pictures at different magnifications before popping the letter back in the post so it could reach its intended destination. Alban never kept the actual microdot that is seen on page 88 in my book. However, he did take multiple photographs of the area in which the microdot was placed. In one of the zoomed out images, you will see that it's hidden within a comma. The highest magnification photo was the one I used in my book. Page 88 image you're interested in shows details on the target, their address, and the latest date the hit needs to take place. We also have a microscope camera. By using that, we can zoom in on the lowest magnification photo provided by Alban, and by doing so, we can see where the message was hidden. Alas, it's not of a high enough clarity to make out what the microdot says. But rest assured, it's the same microdot as on page 88 of Spies of London. I've uploaded footage of this to your website as requested. Head over to the following URL to access it. Not sure why we need to see that. We understand it all already, I think, but we could look at it for fun. Hope this answers your question and is useful in your research. Best of luck to you with your project. Please do not hesitate to get in contact again if I can be of further assistance. Yours sincerely, Frederick Miller. And here's the message that our client wrote to him. I enjoyed your book, Spies of London. I'm doing some research into the life of a family member. I was wondering if you could help me. Family member, Uncle Percy, lived on Market Hill Road. How did you come across the image of the microdot? I don't suppose you have more zoomed out version of the dot. I think it might be very useful to my research. If you do, please, can you upload it? Maybe it's going to be an address or something, but I don't feel like it has any more information for us, but we can put it in for the hell of it. Okay, so focus.co.uk. Files micro.mp4. And then I guess you guys are going to want to hear it. Oh, you can hear it now. Okay, let's see what we've got. Owner 226 Market Hill Road. And the comma is going to be in there. Let me just write this down. Well, I guess I'll play it for you here. Look at how cool this is. There they are zooming into the comma. 226 Market Hill Road, W11. 111 4NR. So let us for a second think about what that address tells us. So it's the instructions. So the real question is Jordan Brooks our girl, Rachel Wiseman, or is it someone else? Is that our code name for her? So we have our undercover agents. Contact agent 4 in the usual way. Past. Where's my December 13? So the only thing I'm not 100% sure about is I know the assassin is number 4, Jordan Brooks, was told to kill Randall, aka Mike Maxwell. The only question I have now is whether... No, because we know she's got an alibi through the clock. So just what we don't understand is why it seemed to look like the girl did it. Why did the agent for Jordan Brooks make it look like she did it? That's the only part that I don't think we're going to get information about. But we know it's not her because she has her alibi from this picture. Okay, so I suppose we should not... Lost in time test shot. I suppose that you're right. We shouldn't assume that this is her alibi. Let's make sure that that's far away. So look, here's Greenwich. So here is where the guy got killed in the subway. Here is where we've got proof she was minutes before the murder. So that's it. That resolves that question. 226 Market Hill Road was the... Maybe we can identify who the assassin is if we figured out who's at 226 Market Hill Road, because that's the message to the assassin got sent here. So if it's not our girl, Rachel, who was it? Is it going to be someone who knows Rachel? Is that what it is? Where's our newspaper, first newspaper thing? I think this might be the last clue to why they made it look like Rachel. I think maybe it's going to turn out that Market Hill Road. Who was living on Market Hill Road? The assassin. This is going to be the assassin's address. And the question I have for you is, we don't know why they framed her, but do we have, what's this? Yeah, look at this. Tarabia Gallery needs full-time employee to run bookshop. Send application to Tarabia Gallery on Market Hill Road. Although 64A Market Hill Road, that's where our guy lived that got killed. I think if we're clever, we might be able to figure out who the assassin is. But we know his name, Jordan Brooks, but we might know his other name, his real name. Tarabia Gallery. Do we have an address of it here? We know that it was at the Thanksgiving dinner. This might not be something for us to figure out, but oh, Market Hill Road, you're right. Look at those numbers here. Okay, good idea. So 226 Market Hill Road. Does everyone understand what we're trying to do here? We know the instructions to the assassin, whose code name... there we did. We just found it. Look at that. It was exactly what we thought. And that's why Rachel was framed. The assassin is going to be V.W. Milligan. I think that's right. I think that's right. Wow, that's subtle. Good idea to use this. Good thinking, DJ Moneycut, to remind us that this map has house numbers on it. So look, here's what we found out. We know the assassin was sent this message to kill Mike Maxwell, a.k.a. Randall Tomlinson. We know the assassin's name or code name is James Brooks. But I wonder if the game's going to ask us what his real name is. But we know the microdot was mailed to 226 Market Hill Road. And when we look that up, we get the Tarabia Gallery. The Tarabia Gallery is owned by this person, V.W. Milligan. who organized these dinners for Americans. And for some reason, this person made it look like Rachel did it. Knew about the berets, knew their friends, knew this person. Did we learn more about Milligan in any other articles? All right, so pretty cool. I think we're ready to solve it. Why don't we do this? Why don't we take our little 8-minute break here? Still 13 viewers. That might be a record for after a 5-hour stream. Why don't we take a break? We'll have a last-minute discussion, then we'll go on the website, we'll submit our answer, and then talk about it. So I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, welcome back. You're watching Co-op for 2. We're 5.5 hours into our playthrough of Cryptic Killers Murder in Market Hill. I believe we have solved this case. There is one little loose end to wrap up here. So we know the actual killer is an assassin that goes by the code name of Agent 4, who is Jordan Brooks. And when we tracked down the address that the microdot was being sent to, we actually got the address that you can see on the map goes to the address of the gallery, at Charabia Gallery. So we believe that the actual assassin's real name, or working name at least, is V.W. Milligan. So I believe it's going to ask us for that information. So V.W. Milligan. Okay, now, Jonathan had a theory. He said, I wonder if that person, V.W. Milligan, is who Percy was having his exchanging personal letters with when he wrote to the person, which gave them the idea. And I did pull out those letters and an article that mentioned the owner so that we could wrap up this final little piece of it. So I want to point out this thing. In the interview with Percy, here's Percy, the guy who confessed to protect our girl here, Rachel Wiseman. Look at what he says about the Charabia Gallery. He says, my favorite is the Charabia Gallery on Market Hill. It's not too far away from here. They have some very interesting stuff. So much so it's become a favorite haunt of mine. And I've ended up spending so much time there that I've befriended the owner, Vicky Milligan. So V.M. Milligan is actually Vicky M. Milligan. And he says, I've befriended her. And I think now, if we look at the letter that he writes to her, and the letter back, it does look like female writing. I think it is Vicky. And I think that Jonathan is right. I think it was Jonathan who suggested that she was the friend, but I think the other idea was that, yeah, John says Percy's letter could have given them the idea of who to frame. So I think this is right. I think that's what happened. Our last remaining question is, why try to frame Rachel Wiseman? And I think this assassin, who's all about business, is getting the idea from Percy himself. I think Percy is writing to her. And notice these are other clues that it's Vicky. Like, Vicky knows all these people, right? It's about Rachel, her relationship with Tomlinson, and then she writes assuming she knows it. Let's see if we can see a little more things. So he tells her that Rachel he's going to suggest to Rachel that she stand up to Tomlinson and maybe punish him or attack him, kill him. And then please advise. So here's the letter that we now think is from Vicky. Following from your first letter, totally agree. Tomlinson's behavior is reprehensible, excusable. He should be taught a lesson. It should be Rachel who does the teaching. You should have a backup plan. As much as I'm fond of Randall, I feel you really need to ensure that what he does can never be done again. We'll leave the details up to you, but here's your letter back so you don't think I have anything over you. But I think basically that when Percy wrote to her to tell her this, and then 3 days later, she gets the assignment to kill Tomlinson, she just figures, oh, I'll make it look like Rachel did it. Makes complete sense now. If this person's an amoral spy who doesn't care about framing one of his best clients, maybe he thinks, maybe this woman, Vicky, this agent, this cold-blooded assassin, even thinks, hey, this is even better because now her work is going to go up in value when she gets convicted of being a murderer, and I'll be even richer in my double life because the paint, the art I have is going to be done by a convicted murderer. So it's like a win-win. Okay, I think we're ready to solve this. Yeah? We've got a group of spies. What did Randall do to Rachel exactly? He's just borrowing and abusing her trust in him to borrow money, never pay it back. Maybe he was also cheating on her. We don't know, but he wasn't doing anything that bad. But abusing her trust, exploiting her for money. Hardly seems worth murdering someone for, but he wasn't murdered for that. He was murdered because he was a spy for the East, for the Russians and the Germans, East Germans. We've got a spy ring. We've got a mole that the Americans have recruited. And Randall is a traitor, double agent, sending information back to the Russians. He's figured out that Tony is a mole. He's released the names of all the American agents, and then the Americans have to kill him. We now know that Mike Maxwell was his code name, and the Americans pulled the trigger, sent the microdot to their assassin, who's Vicky Milligan, who works in the gallery. She went and killed him, Randall, and made it look like Rachel did it. And our guy Percy, who was not a spy, but felt guilty for thinking that he encouraged Rachel to do it, took the fall for Rachel. And at the very last minute after he gets out of jail, Rachel has sent him proof that actually she wasn't the murderer. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't help. Okay, let's solve this case. Anything else anyone has to say before we go in and solve this case here? We're going to solve it, and then we're going to talk about it. Where is our... Where's our instructions here? Okay. Cryptic Killers Market Killer. Here we go. CrypticKillers.com Market. All right, here we go. All Percy had to do was shut up and everything would be fine. It's absolutely true. But his explanation for why he did it made sense. All right, look at this. It's a whole open-ended place here. So a couple things could be typed here. Jordan Brooks could be put here. That's the code name for the fourth assassin. VM Milligan could be put here. But we think we're going to give it the most specific answer we can. Vicky M. Milligan. Let me make sure I get her last name spelled right. Milligan. So I'm giving the fullest explanation the fullest name for Vicky Milligan. Okay, this is an important moment here. Any objections, alternate theories before we hit enter here? I feel pretty good about this one. Pretty deep. Had to go through a little bit. I felt like a little bit of Matrixy going into a little bit of Inception. How we have code names, real people. Isn't it VW, not VM? You might be right. Let's look here. VW Milligan, thank you. This is why I always check with the chat. It's VW Milligan, and then in the newspaper we're told her name is Vicky. Vickiw Milligan. Have I spelled it? I actually haven't spelled it right there. I left off an I. That could get us fired. Let me type it again here. Milligan. Milligan. Let's not make any mistakes here. Jonathan says, I don't have any alternative theories. Okay, here we go. Doesn't seem like there's a need to take a vote. I think we've got it here. Vicky Milligan? You might be right. What's Vicky's real name? So you think it's Vicky Milligan. Problem is that was a cover name. What was her real name? Well, we thought it was reversed, but okay, Jordan Brooks. I mean, I thought we were going above and beyond by saying it's Vicky Milligan, but I guess it wants Jordan Brooks, which is the decoded name in the message. But okay, same thing. I thought we were doing more work by saying, because we got this early. It took us a while to figure out who that would be. All right, here we go. Submit. Got it. Market Hill killer revealed. New York Star and Globe. Market Hill murderer revealed. In the year 1965, a chilling event sent shockwaves through the New York Star and Globe. Randall Tomlinson, a correspondent once esteemed by this very publication, was pushed in front of an oncoming train in the London Underground. A man named Percy St. John soon after confessed to his murder. This case, shrouded in mystery and misdirection for decades, has recently been unraveled by detectives who were employed by George St. John, the nephew of Percy, in an attempt to clear his family name. Documents from the American Intelligence Agency, AIA, redirected the finger of blame towards the real perpetrator, an American spy living under the alias of Vicky Milligan, an art gallery owner whose true identity is, or was, Jordan Brooks. This saga unveils further, exposing Tomlinson, or Michael Maxwell, as known in the clandestine world, as a double agent, deeply enmeshed in espionage. Tomlinson was covertly funneling classified American intelligence to the KGB, a betrayal that marked him for assassination by his fellow countrymen. Before his untimely demise, Tomlinson hid a list of secret agents that were active in the Market Hill area within an encrypted acrostic that he had embedded in one of his newspaper columns, a column that had already gone to print before Randall was killed. Percy St. John, caught in a mix of loyalty and unreturned love, wrongly confessed to the murder to protect Rachel Wiseman, a photographer mixed up in a complicated relationship with Tomlinson. Tomlinson had been taking advantage of Rachel financially, leading Percy to mistakenly believe that Rachel, pushed to her limit, was responsible for Tomlinson's death. This complex tale peels away the layers of international espionage to expose the human element within, highlighting the emotional toll it takes on those involved. Among those involved was a spy named Tony Harbour, a figure who, unbeknownst to Tomlinson, had defected to the AIA from the KGB, effectively acting as a double agent. Tomlinson would supply intelligence information to Tony rolled up in fake cigarettes. Without Tony, it is believed that America would have lost 3 of its London-based agents to assassination. The aftermath of the murder saw both Tony and Brooks vanish, presumably returning to American soil. Their whereabouts are now shrouded in mystery, although it is likely that they, along with their other Market Hill colleagues, all live under a new identity, safe from harm's way. And there's our same photo of the Cryptic Killers guy, but the guy behind Cryptic Killers. He should update his photo. He's like perpetually eating that same meal there. Well, unless that's a different photo at his favorite place, but we've seen that before. Okay. This is our latest game. You're among the first to play it. As such, we don't have many reviews. We need your help. 1% less read a review. Okay, so Noah is answering a first question I had. Like, what if we typed in Jordan Brooks first? Would it? And Noah says, I typed Jordan Brooks first, and then it made me type Vicky also. Okay, so that's good to know that the game, because otherwise you could get to the end, guess Jordan Brooks, and never have figured out that it was Vicky. So Noah says that no matter which name you put in first, it wants the other one. That's fantastic news. Okay, before we talk about this game, I want to talk about this for a second. First of all, this game we should consider purchased by the people who have supported this channel with Patreon. They contributed enough for each month for us to buy one extra game, and this could be that game. If you have played along with me live on the channel instead of purchasing this game, and you enjoyed this game, you could imagine that this company, seeing a playthrough up of a new game that they've released, you could see how they would have some qualms. Like, you're putting up a playthrough of this game, people can watch it instead of buying it, you're taking away possible purchases from us. You could see how the author of this game might not like us putting a video up. But there's an easy solution to that. If you watch this, enjoy it, and watched it instead of buying it, if you leave a review for this game on Amazon or on the Cryptic Killers website, and you say, hey, I really love this game, you are more than offsetting the loss of a sale, because these games need reviews. There's so many games out there, people don't know which ones are good or bad, and so part of the deal we make with these companies by live streaming them is that if you play a game, if you watch a game here instead of buying it, that you can make up for that by leaving them a review. You could even just leave comments on this YouTube channel, but it'd probably be more helpful for them if you leave a review if you like the game. And then the company has no reason to be anything but happy that we've got a group here playing these games. Okay, so having said that, shall we talk about this game? Five hours, 43 minutes. And all right, let's do our normal thing. We'll take a 3-minute break and then come back and give our thoughts, just so that we have a little break here. And boy, I've forgotten how to do all this. We're going to take a 3-minute break. We're going to come back and give our thoughts. So just give you a couple minutes to stretch, clear your mind, think about your favorite parts, least favorite parts, where you would rank this with the other Cryptic Killers. I'll see you in 3 minutes for our final thoughts. Okay, we're back to give our final thoughts on Cryptic Killers Murder in Market Hill. Let's check in with the chat, see what the chat says. Noah says, this is up there with Merivale Manor for me. I'll have to sit on it a while to see if I put it number 1 or just number 2. My favorite part of the game was surprisingly doing the cipher, then figuring out who each person was. I didn't do any of that until part 2 because I'm not as skilled in code solving as Jesse. There's a document part 2 that gives you the rest of the substitution cipher. DJ Moneycut says, during the stream for 7 Citadel, I commented that I had a thorn in my thumb. After much struggle, I just got it out. I don't get it. Maybe there's nothing to get. No, it says, once I solved that, I solved everything and got the killer. The only part I never figured out on my own was that Randall equals Maxwell. John says, solid game, very smooth experience, fun spy story, showing up more in the back half, well thought out, cool, you could figure out the assassin's cover. John says, the only issues, maybe we didn't quite line up with the game's intended pacing, felt like we were a bit of ahead of it at a couple points. But I think this might be their first attempt at explicitly breaking into 2 acts, so it makes sense. Well, okay. I mean, I thought this was pretty amazing case. As Noah says, and as I said at the beginning of this video, Cryptic Killers have a real commitment on almost like a cornering the market in these aha moments where a little piece of evidence is hidden away until you find it and connect it. And there were a couple here that I didn't pick out that different groups, different people in the channel picked out, like this idea that we had this map that situated everything, but it was the key final part of the puzzle was how we found out that where the address, we suspected the gallery might be at that 226 address that was shown in the video. There's so much little subtle, clever things here that when you do connect it, it just makes sense. And this case might have some of the the largest amount of little subtle, important clues packed into it than any of the games of this type we've played. There were just so many. And I mean, another thing to say is how the Cryptic Killers games have been evolving. And they are getting, I'm a little worried that they're going to get complaints about it. But from my standpoint, it's such a great evolution. This one, like Merivale Manor, those two, this one and Merivale Manor, seem to have the most willingness to go into provide long background text, long newspaper articles, long letters that are evidence, information, clues, but also fleshing out the psychology of these people, making you care about them, making you interested in them, giving you background on the history of the world at that time. Those all combine to make a game that feels real. Like this guy, this whole setup that the uncle got in jail, came out of jail, he wants to clear his name. He's sort of, he has accepted his fate. He wants to move on. It's just some really nice psychology of these people that makes you really care about the game, in addition to all the subtle clues and stuff. This one had that cipher that was interesting, not a key part of the enjoyment of it for me, although it was cool. I think for me, the most enjoyable parts, there were a couple really enjoyable parts. First of all, this spy stuff, that it got slow, like it was not our original suspicion. Jonathan picked out that this could be spy stuff going, but the fact that we had to slowly come to it, and then it started making more and more sense, and we started seeing more and more signs, that was great. The one of the things I loved here was it was kind of a convoluted spy story about these double agents. And we gradually understood what was going on, but it took a while. It took a while to figure out, like, this Tony Harbor guy, we cleared him with his alibi, but then it turns out he was more involved. And I think one of the really masterful part about the writing here and the plotting is this idea that these people one of that moment when we figured out that Randall was Mike Maxwell, even though he claimed that Mike Maxwell was his contact, that little click aha moment when we realized, hey, this is the same person. And then not only did we solve that, but then we started thinking, oh, okay, all of these people might have cover names and cover stories. And that led us to the idea that not only did we identify the assassin and what plotting led us to an assassin, but the idea that the assassin could be the owner of this gallery, that was just really one of those things that you needed things to click into place to really convince you that that was right. And it was so enjoyable that that was right. And then that each of these people were good. Now, let's talk in the chat again, then I want to make a comment about Jonathan's theory about breaking into two parts. Noah says, I usually don't like ciphers. The fact that it was an acrostic leaked by a spy who already knew did acrostics in the congratulations letter made it work for me. Well, this is a good point. We've talked about how games put in these ciphers sometimes, and there's no reason for them to be there. They're like, one person is writing a letter to another person, and you're like, why are you bothering with this? This made complete sense in this story that he would have to be sending information in a public way. And it did give us enough hints about it. And that's the part I wanted to sort of address Jonathan's point about the two parts, two acts. Often with these games, in the games that use multiple acts, you see it used to sort of pace the game out. Like this is the first half in part one, and then it transitions to the second half. I think what we might have seen here is a little different way that was used. And I think it wasn't meant so much to break it into two halves, two parts. I think maybe the motivation for it, which worked very well here, was that the hints about how to break the codes were more put in the second half in case you needed the help. So that's how I sort of saw this. It's sort of like, we want the first half for you to figure most of it out, but we're gonna segregate some of this information to the second half, which is going to help you with the codes, but we don't want to help you too soon. So I think maybe more than pacing, it was designed to compartmentalize that we solve most of it in the first half, and then the second half, it can reveal help to help us out on the details. And that was fun. I would say one complaint that I think they should fix, since it's only on the website, is that part one page says, who do you think the killer is? And made us type in Rachel. And that was a mistake. That web page shouldn't say that. That web page should say, who's the one person without an alibi? Jonathan says, I guess it was just a little unclear to me if it was hoping we would actually be suspecting Rachel. I mean, we did suspect Rachel a little bit if we had to pick someone, but I do think that that should have been phrased differently. But boy, this was a nicely done game. I would say if I was going to rank them, I agree with Noah. This is one, Maryvale Manor and this one are 1 and 2, maybe Miami Murders number 3. Those are my top 3. So I agree that this is top 1 and 2 with Maryvale Manor. Murder in Miami was good, but wasn't nearly as long and involved here. Yeah, this might be number 1. There's something still special about Murder in Maryvale Manor that might make it keep its number 1 place. But this is right up there. Very close with Murder in Maryvale Manor 1 and 2. And boy, I mean, this company is establishing itself as the masters of this genre. For a long time, we would recommend always Adventure. And Adventure still has a special place. That's, in some ways, a more elaborately staged games. Very comparable to the Cryptic Killers, but there are only 4 adventure games, and there are now 8 Cryptic Killer games. And they are just getting better and better. And it's clear for us on this channel, the harder games, the hardest tier of these games are the most enjoyable. They're not just harder because they're harder. They're harder because they're much more involved. This one had multiple steps that need to be solved. And I do like this system where, well, I'm going to come back to that in a second. Remind me to talk about being careful about the order you solve things in, but let me just check in with the chat a little bit more. Adventure hasn't released anything since Still Lake. There's one more after Still Lake called, it's a Chinese one. I forget what it's called. There's Antarctica, there's Still Lake, Fire in Adlerstein. Fire in Adlerstein's first. Actually, there is one before that, but it's sort of an easy tutorial case. Fire in Adlerstein, Death in Antarctica, Still Lake, and then there's one more box that looks different from the rest. Where is it behind me? It's there. It's that yellow box near Fire and Adlerstein. Between Fire and Adlerstein and Still Lake is a yellow box there. What is the title of it? Kaifeng 791. 792? Kaifeng 792. Okay, anyway, Dorf says, I wished all the online evidence was physical, locked in envelopes. I agree with you. There was a video in this one that it would be hard to put on in an envelope, but I kind of agree with you for that. Okay, so I do want to make one more comment about the Cryptic Killers games. We have noticed that you have to be a little careful about the order that you go through documents, and especially the order you hit the internet thing, because, and this is not a knock on the game at all, it definitely tries to help you as you go along. It wants to make sure you figure everything out by the end. And one of the ways they do that is there are some elements that feel like they give away information. And if you read some of these documents in the wrong order, like you should always leave the internet for last because it definitely reveals information. But even in this second packet, I feel like there were, like this letter that we read last, almost seems like you were meant to read it first. And if you did, feels like it would give away a little bit of information that we had fun figuring out. I don't know if there's a way they can improve that. But it almost feels like if you want, and also same thing, like we could have answered that first stage question without decoding everything. And I wonder, and then we would have gotten suggestions about how to decode it. So I think it was wise of us to try to solve things as soon as you can for the best challenge. But then if you just want more story, you just don't worry about that. So I guess maybe that's not a complaint. It's just a little bit of a warning that if you're a group that wants the challenge, you should try to solve things when you can, not read everything. Sherlock Holmes says, don't make early hypotheses, just gather data. But we have found that it's more enjoyable to try to make hypotheses early and often and try to solve things before you get given hints. Jonathan, where would you rank this? Noah says, I think the internet for this one didn't spoil anything, right? Unlike Maryvale Manor, which basically spoils it. It didn't spoil anything, but it absolutely did start giving away the cipher decryption system. It absolutely did start making that easier. You didn't need to solve that in order to get past part 1 and get into the internet. So you absolutely could have gotten lots of hints on the cipher. John says, like you guys said, somewhere in the top 3. Yeah. Well, this is top 2 for me and Noah. And they've been putting out these. I don't know how they're making these so quickly. It cannot possibly be just this one guy writing all these. It can't possibly be. He can't possibly, Luke cannot possibly be writing all these great cases. Impossible. So whoever else is on this team needs to be given credit, or Luke needs to be recognized as the best writer in this genre. Noah says, I think one of the game endings has said he has a team of 4. Well, this team needs to be recognized because they are really doing a good job. And whoever is filling out, whoever is writing all this flavor, generous amounts of information in these last few cases, Murder at Maryvale, Murder in Miami, this one, Murder in Market Hill, like, where's that? We need to pat them on the back. Like, this is really wonderful that these cases are so fully realized. Just really enjoyable, really an enjoyable 6 hours. And boy, this was a nice team effort. This really required a group effort to spot all these little details and come up with these different hypotheses. Really, I'm grateful to have this group to enjoy this, play these games with. All right. Someone had to design the ads. Yeah, all the stuff. Just an impressive, very impressive, appreciated amount of work that got done here. Loved it. Loved it. Okay. I will see you guys on Sunday at 3 p.m. for Detective. That's the plan, at least. I appreciate you sticking with the live stream, even when we went down for a half hour. We came back up. We got it solved. 6 hours. Top 2 games. Probably top 2 games in this whole genre, not just of the Cryptic Killer games. Okay, if you're watching this after the fact, I'd love to hear your comments on the YouTube video, what you thought of it, where you would rank these. Noah Salmon says 10 out of 10 detective work. Always fun to watch these streams even after I've played it myself. Well, that makes me happy to hear. All right, folks. I'll see you next time.